Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will
relevant.
bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, please, service Latino.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
All right, good morning. Happy Thursday, Podcast Thursday it is. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I'm late. I own this one. It's all on me. I'm late. I'd like to say it's for a good reason, but I'm not sure if you'll agree at the end of the day. I'll tell you what it is when we get there. We're going to get there. But I'm here now. Is that enough? Welcome. Happy Thursday. We got a little break in the courts today, so why are my lights not doing the lighty thing? Fixed it. I just had to jiggle the cord. Is that my teleprompter on my desk? Can you see that? Sorry, I'll just move that over here. All right, teleprompter. Greeners, I'm offended at the thought, but everything is off the cuff and on the spur of the moment with no prior thought. Anyway, welcome. Happy Thursday. Glad you could be here. It's not quite Friday yet, but we're close. Let me tell you what we're going to do this morning. We're going to sing Happy Birthday, and I'm going to tell you why I'm so late this morning and why I might have dark circles under my eyes. Is I did not get in a fight. No, that was a good guess. No, I did not get in a fight. Unless it was fighting off sleep while I was working, slaving away on something for the channel. Yeah. All right. I will remind the mods that they got some inside information yesterday that they're feel free to do with whatever they deem necessary. So I'm not sure if they want to do that today or not. Good morning. It's a great day is what it is. There are two times that I'm giddy like this. Once is when I've had too much caffeine, and the other is when I'm just too tired, and I have not had caffeine in a long time. So wish me luck today as we continue. Hello. Let's begin by wishing happy birthday to Hudson and Jason, whose birthdays are today. That is super awesome. We're going to celebrate those birthdays by singing happy birthday, and then we'll talk about why I'm tired. I have no caffeine in the house. I have not had caffeine for, oh man. You saw the last time I had caffeine. Someone could go back and watch, but it's a long time ago. All right.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Judge Fleischer, thank you. Get us back to the birthdays. We're going to sing happy birthday to Hudson and Jason. So if all of y'all, that's everybody, wherever you are, will stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with the neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. No coffee, no tea, I don't drink it. No soda, no caffeine patches, not even any old perky jerky. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Hudson and Jason. Happy birthday to you. Is that everybody? Just Hudson and Jason? That's enough. We don't need any more, but I just want to make sure everyone who has a birthday today is getting celebrated properly. Hudson and Jason. There are many wonderful days. Today is your special day, and I realize there are a million places you could have been, and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you. Make your day just a little bit more specialer. Begin by helping yourself with free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. First try. On 4 hours of sleep. Not bad if I say so myself. Dancers are dancing for you, Hudson and Jason. No tips required. They do this because they love you. Anyway, good job, dancers. High kicks look great. You need to make a shirt with a list of all the places where you can get free pancakes on stone houses. I can get sued by everybody at once. I love it. I love the idea. Oh, man. Yeah. This just means it might be nap time this afternoon is what's going to happen. On the back of the shirt, not a sponsor. Oh, that is epic. I like that idea. Somebody should do that. Happy birthday, Jason Hudson. Hope you have big plans, not just for today, but for the whole weekend, really, because it's your birthday weekend. Drum solo for the big finish. Y'all join with me on the air drums. Everyone's an air drummer today. Beautiful. Now, you guys are all wondering why.
Happy birthday. You look
Why
good.
I was so late today. I'm trying to improve. I'm trying to do things for the channel, and one of the things I want to do for the channel, it's not a huge goal, but it is a goal. I would love to get to 100,000 subscribers. That would just be. I'm not talking members. Members would be even better, but 100,000 subscribers, just people who click the subscribe button, which is free. And I was thinking, I'm going to have to get somebody's attention because we have this little niche of the internet, where we love it, but we need to probably let some other people know that it exists because there are people out there who have no clue what fun we have watching court. So I'm thinking, how can I do that? And of course, my YouTube meeting manager person is giving me all these ideas, which generally don't work for the channel. I'm sorry, YouTube. The form letter answers you're giving me are usually not useful for me, but maybe if we get just a little more publicity, maybe if we get some attention, some eyeballs on the channel through a format we don't normally use, like shorts. YouTube shorts. Why not? Why not? People just flipping through. They might see something and a completely different demographic that just flips through constantly. But might find a couple people who found that the place they're looking for on the internet is actually right here, and meet some new friends and everything. And so I stayed up late into the night trying to make some sort of video, a short video that might attract someone to be like, oh, that sounds interesting, or I'm curious about that. Like, whoa, what happened? There's got to be some sort of grab, right? It's got to grab you. Is the hook, right? And I'm not really good at the hook. You're supposed to have like a hook in the first 2 frames of the video. I'm not good at this. I admit that. But I did. Nanny K says I love shorts. That's how I found Courtroom Confidential. That's awesome. Well, I'm thinking. I'm using my noggin here, right? So I stay up until I don't know what it was, like almost 4 o'clock in the morning, 3:30, 3:40 in the morning, making shorts using some tools, some online tools. Shout out to Grok and Suno that we've used in the past. I wanted to draw from some of the resources we have already. So I picked a song. To target, and I put some video to it. So you guys are going to be the first to see a little short video I'm working on. I'm putting together. It's not finalized. I will tell you that this morning, right before I was supposed to go live about an hour ago, Mrs. R.A. vetoed, like straight vetoed, one of the scenes. She says, no, you cannot have that in there. So I did have to make a change. You'll never know what that change was, but let's just say I toned down the implications in one of the scenes. If you're ready to be a test audience for the channel's first short, if we can ever get it actually published properly, who did the content warning? Greeters? Is that hold? Okay, I'm gonna turn off the sound effects for this one because I don't want you guys to interrupt it. So everyone get the proper listening experience. Everyone sit down, maybe put the headphones in, and because it's short, it's gonna be vertical. It's gonna be narrow on your screen. I apologize. I hope everyone can still see it properly. I tried to use large text and plenty of volume. So let's see. I think it's this one. It is that one. All right. Here we go, without further ado. And why is there no sounds now? That just... How did I break the sound in like 10 seconds? I'm going to fix it. Hold on. All right, I think I've got sound back. I think so. Sound's on. Sound's on. Don't need that one on. Here we go. This is terrible. Why is it hanging so badly? Is it not rendered properly? I think I messed something up on it. That would be terrible if it's gone forever. And it's not gone forever. Oh. I think this works. I think I just needed to render properly. We'll let it play. You guys, this is what a letdown. What a letdown.
Through the cracks in the stone.
Sort of spoils the whole thing when it doesn't play properly. Let's use Canva the other direction. Let's see if I can use it from...
Cracks in the stone. I heard your voice, a whisper in the dark. No other choice.
Oh man, that didn't play properly.
Metal bars can't cage the dreams we spin. The air vent carried you, and I let you in. The world won't understand this kind of fire in a concrete tube. We built our empire. Daisy in the walls, reaching through the night. Planet in the shadows, growing toward the light. They'll call it madness, but it's just our way. Daisy in the walls, blooming every day.
Okay, so it's terrible. It's terrible that it did not work. It is so much worse than what you saw. There's like voices. The guy talks through the vent and everything that you're supposed to be able to hear. But let me see if I can sync it up so that it just plays on one. So we got the phone's audio and the. Let's see if I can do it this way. Let's turn off the audio here. So 1, 2, 3. No, that's not going to work. Let the video stop at this part.
Through the cracks in the stone, I heard your voice, a whisper in the dark.
It's supposed to be moving right here.
No.
It's supposed to be like. This is 10 seconds long. This is behind the scenes.
In the dark.
Why did that clip not work right? Let's replace it with this one. Let's delete that. Now let's see if that works properly.
A whisper in the dark.
There it is.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
No other
I'm thinking of you.
We'll be
Metal
together
bars
soon.
can cage the dreams we spin. The air vent carried you.
Okay, now this one also has some motion to it that's not showing up. So we'll put that, reload that clip. Right there, and shorten it down to right here. So we've got to go this way. And then take this one out. Okay, I think we've fixed it. Because this part goes like this.
The air vent carried you,
Yeah, there's some motion there.
and I let you in. The world won't understand this kind of fire in a concrete tube. We build our empire.
You guys haven't seen it. You guys haven't seen. I didn't show you. I was skipping it. Okay, give me a second. We're gonna play it all the way through on my little screen. I've got to rebuild all these clips for some reason. They're just so her writing baby names. That's gonna be right here. We're gonna cut that down to right here. Drag this one in. This is about as behind the scenes as you can possibly get. Normally I don't build these in Canva, but then what else did this play?
But it's just a way.
Yeah, everything else played. All right. Now we're going to try it one more time as if it never happened the other way. Preview the whole thing, please. This is why I pay for Canva. Page is unresponsive. Let's wait. We're going to name this something else. is it unresponsive? Screaming goat time. The music overpowers the talking. I moved it a little bit. If I exit the page, it's gonna. Yeah, got to do it over again. If I adjust it properly, the sound works. Let's see. On. Cut. Let's try this one more time.
Through the cracks in the stone, I heard your voice, a whisper in the dark.
Can you hear me?
No other
I'm thinking of you.
We'll metal bars can't cage the dreams we spin. The air vent carried you, and I let you in. The world won't understand this kind of fire in a concrete tube.
Oh no, she's supposed to turn and touch her belly there.
We built our empire. Daisy in the walls, reaching through
Got that
the
one
night.
twice.
Planet in the shadows, growing toward the light. They'll call it madness, but it's just our way. Daisy in the walls, blooming every day.
All right. Honest answers only. Honest answers only. Let's. Am I headed in the right direction? Okay. Anyway, that was. I stayed up all night making that. I'm sorry. Mostly getting the right hiring the right actors, getting the camera crew and the audio people to work together, get the shot that I had envisioned in my head. That's pretty much how it works. But let's see. Where's the? Anyway, let's do some court hopping. I'll keep working on that. How are y'all doing this morning? I'm sorry. I stayed up all night doing this. Probably not a fan of the AI video, but I like the ideas. And keep at it. Don't quit your day job. Thank you all. Good advice, all of you. I cringed about in between the lines. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The getting the note through the vent might have been a little more real than previous. Let's move on. Yes, okay, we're going to do that. Let's go to court, and we actually are trying to get back to Judge Boyd. Hang on, Judge Stephanie Boyd. Judge Boyd, where are you at? There you are. All right, Josh has a little something for us that we're trying to... 2:15, we've got a little case we're going to pick up and watch today. Starting with this one. All right.
Any motions being filed whatsoever. I'm completely in the dark about everything to do.
Right, do you have a copy of the motion?
I can print up right now, Judge.
And if you'll give him a copy of the motion?
Thank you, Judge.
And again, I'll get to that motion right now ahead of time. If I cannot understand what this fingerprints are necessary to identify.
And Judge, the motion was duly filed to the court as well as to defense counsel, Mr. McCrae, before the defendant decided to represent himself.
All right.
Oh yeah, pro se.
Giving me any information about what's been filed in this case. And that's the reason that I asked before this procedure began for him to be removed.
I'll give you
from my
sounds
case.
back.
Also, I would like to bring up that Mr. McCrae has threatened my one and only witness with arresting her if she's come to court and testify for me. as my only eyewitness, it has proof that this robbery did not take place. And he told her that if she comes to court, that she stands the risk of being arrested.
All right. Have you all printed out the motion?
I'm pulling it right now, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, we'd also make an oral motion in limine that the defense be barred from inquiring into any kind of criminal history of any of the witnesses. There are no convictions that I'm aware of.
One of the witnesses.
All right, so time out. One, we're going to let everyone speak one at a time. After people have concluded speaking, then everyone will have a chance to address whatever they wish to address. So you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, we would make an oral motion in limine that the defense be barred from mentioning or inquiring into any kind of criminal history of any of the witnesses. There are no convictions, so we would ask that there be no inquiry into any kind of criminal history or any kind of criminal acts alleged or not.
I would object to that, Your Honor, because two of the witnesses that are, first and foremost, they get to know my whole background. So these people are holding me, saying that I committed a crime. Their backgrounds need to be able to be ascertained as well. Furthermore, one of the witnesses that he's trying to protect is on probation currently for drug charges. Drug charges to prove that she is a drug addict, so which goes to the credibility of her statement. Furthermore,
he's watched Little Court.
I also have a motion that I would like to.
No. We're staying with this motion, and then if there are other motions, the court will.
In regards to probation, it's deferred adjudication. She has not yet been found guilty of any offense.
All right. So with regards to the state's motion in limine, you'll need to approach before asking any question regarding any criminal history. And then at that time, I'll make a ruling. All right, next.
And Judge, those are all the state's pretrial motions.
I also have a motion that I would like to turn in.
Now we're on the fingerprint, and then we'll deal with your motion. So with regards to the motion that the defendant be fingerprinted, that will be granted.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, and what motions do you have?
This motion is actually a motion for continuance of 3 days, Your Honor, because I have
not seen the motion.
Okay. This is right here.
3-day continuance. May I
Hey, I made a
approach?
copy of it to give to the DA because I wrote this by hand.
You'll just need to show it to the prosecutor. No, you don't bring it to me.
Yeah, please, Judge, stay back.
The reason for this motion, Your Honor, is that I'm completely unprepared. I have not
seen the motion.
How do I let you see it? I wrote it here. This is it.
So this is what I'm going to explain to you. When you represent yourself, I am not allowed to tell you how to file motions. I'm not allowed to assist you, because then I become your standby counsel, and I'm neither party's standby counsel. I'm just here to hear any evidence that's presented to me, any motions that are presented to me, and make rulings. That is all.
I would like to bring to the attention of the court that I am under strict abilities that I can't participate.
Don't put a diplomatic plate on it.
I don't have access to a computer or a copy machine or any.
Oh no, here's the thing. It is fine that it's fine that motions are written, but they need to be given to the court in a specific way, and they need to be filed. Now, I am not here to tell you how to file motions. That is something that you need to know how to do, and you need to do.
You know how to do it, Your Honor. But if I was to file this motion, it would come past the time that this jury has been convened, and it would cause a problem with proceedings in court. So
that's not the way the law works. What you just said.
I don't know how else I'm supposed to file a motion. It's necessary at this moment when I don't have access to any of the basic things.
I just inform you that the court accepts written motions, but as far as my telling you how to do that, That is not what I'm here for. That is for you to decide how to do that in representing yourself.
So, Your Honor, I would like to make a verbal motion. The written copy of it is right here. May I?
And Judge, we would object under the Code of Criminal Procedure.
No, just a minute. It hasn't even been filed or brought before the court yet. And that is something that needs to be done. And so, Mr. Ross, this is what I'm going to tell you again, and I want you to hear me clearly. My role is not to help you with your case. I'm just here to listen to whatever is presented to me. That's it. If I seek to help you with your case, then I'm becoming your standby counsel, and then that means I'm not being objective. So I will not do that. And what I can tell both parties is I will only consider and rule on motions that are properly brought before the court.
And I would ask for the court to have mercy and understanding. There are things that I'm limited to that I don't have access to at all. My hands are tied in this form of being able to.
This is what I'm going to tell you.
It's not fair.
No, this is what I'm going to tell you. And your attorneys will tell you this. My role in this case is not necessarily to have mercy and understanding. My role with regards to this jury trial is to listen to evidence, make legal rulings for motions that are presented before me, and make rulings on any objections that people may have. That is my role right here. I am not sitting. If you were found guilty, the jury would be in charge of your punishment. That's where mercy comes in. That is not with this court at this point in time. My only point is to review documents that are given to me.
My copies of the motion that I just did.
Right. If you'll make a copy, please, and a copy for the state.
Yeah.
On record.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. McCray has been communicating with my only witness without my permission or knowledge. And
let me ask you this, and this is the only time I will ask this question. So, is it your belief that attorneys are not allowed to talk to potential witnesses? No, that's my question.
It's not about understanding.
All right, so then I don't understand what you're asking of the court.
To understand an egregious crime that's taking place with obstructing justice from being served in form of interfering with my client. Well, my witness is a veiled threat that she would be arrested if she testified in my case. I need her. She is key to my defense. And he's giving her a veiled threat. And if she testifies for me, she stands a chance of being arrested.
All right. And is this something that you're saying that the witness has informed you?
Yes.
All right. That's what's called hearsay. All right. Anything else? Anything else?
Yes. I would ask that the court please move to have this man removed from my case.
That's your standby counsel.
My standby counsel is moving arbitrarily to my best interest.
That is your standby counsel. And at this point in time, your standby counsels, Mr. McCray and Mr. Porter, are just that. They are standby. They are not doing any more investigation as it relates to your case. They're just here.
Last night, Your Honor. He's had a meeting with my woman this evening after court.
Yes.
If I can make a record, Your Honor, I've spoken to Tawana Monday any number of times. Tawanya Monday. I've spoken to her any number of times. I would like to think we have a solid enough relationship. I even got her to bring jail clothes to the jail for you. Okay, I've spoken to her numerous times, and yes, I'm meeting with her at 5:30 today on your behalf and to talk to her about her willingness to testify, because yes, according to the state's allegations, it can make the argument that she was your getaway driver. So what I told her was, hey, you might want to consult a lawyer before you testify. I'm bringing her here today so that I will let her know if she needed one, she wouldn't even have to pay. This court would appoint her a lawyer to give her whatever advice and counsel that she needs. And if she got on the stand and pled the fifth, saying that she's not going to say anything because of any possible criminal liability on her part that does not reflect well on you, that's what I communicated to her.
I understand that, but before you even started communicating with her, she was full willing to be my witness.
All right, so stop. This is what I'm going to tell you. Number one, any witnesses that may or may not place themselves in a potential for criminal liability, attorneys are appointed to represent them so that attorneys can guide them on whether or not they should be testifying.
This is a good one,
And
Josh.
what I can tell you is, in cases, if somebody is charged, hypothetically, if somebody is charged with a criminal case and they want to call, I don't know, their co-defendant, then that co-defendant has a right to have an attorney represent them so that they can help them navigate on whether or not they want to testify and what the potential legal and criminal consequences of that will be. So here's the thing. I'm just here to hear motions. All of this side thing that you're doing, we're not here to hear that.
It's not a side thing, Your Honor. It's crucial to my defense.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, State.
Judge, I'm in receipt of the defendant's motion for continuance. We would object because, one, it is not timely. It is being filed on the day of trial, where the code necessitates that all pretrial motions be filed within 7 days of trial. And further, Judge, I don't believe this is notarized, so it wouldn't be in compliance with the Code of Criminal Procedure for a motion for continuance. Because of that, we respectfully ask the court deny the motion for continuance.
I disagree with this on the grounds of have no way to get, I don't have access to a notary. I presented it to the court the best way I knew how by giving it to the district clerk to present it to the court in this time. The reason for the 3-day continuance that I don't believe would be such a burden on the court proceedings is because I've been kept completely in the dark about all the evidence to do with this case. I don't have any idea of the way or the evidence or the witnesses that the district attorney is planning on using in this case. So therefore, I cannot build a reliable defense against something that I don't know that he has or not. He could just pop up with this mysterious evidence, and I have no clue of. It's not a fair trial if I don't know what he's got to go against me with so that I can build my defense against him.
All right, this case has been pending for jury trial since October 9th, 2025. It is now February 3rd, 2026. And so we are proceeding with jury trial.
Shelley,
So we're proceeding with jury trial.
We're proceeding.
I would like to object because I have no clue of the evidence that the district attorney has against me. Mr. McCray has not made me aware of any of the pretrial motions that were filed. And furthermore, he did not produce a single pretrial motion in this case. And he would not communicate with me regarding anything to do with this case. It's just, it is not any way can be considered fair that this ground we stand on for this contest if I don't know the facts of the case.
All right, motion for continuance is denied and the defendant will be fingerprinted. Is there anything else before the jury comes out?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry. I would ask for the timing for the defendant to be fingerprinted. Our fingerprint examiner is here.
Let's do it right now.
Thank you, Judge.
I object to this, Your Honor. What is the reason for the district attorney's fingerprints? I have no clue of this. So I think in order for it to be fair, we have to be brought to speed about what it is that you need these fingerprints for when y'all got 10,000 copies of my fingerprints downstairs.
Okay, so this is what I will tell you. The state filed a motion. They're requesting your fingerprints. The court has granted the motion. So he's going to take your fingerprints. So please remove that objection.
The guy's like, he's big. Can I have a bailiff? Can we have another bailiff? Let's do it right here. I don't know why they need another copy unless it's like to prove that it's actually him. I mean, what, are they thinking the jail brought the wrong guy? He wouldn't have been in jail without being fingerprinted. That's part of the process of being booked. And it sounds like he was definitely booked for this one. He's still objecting. Josh found some gold. Yes, this happened yesterday. The case is going to continue today, so we're going to get caught up here this morning, and then probably after lunch when the judge continues the case, we're going to catch the rest of it. As the other trial that we're watching, the Mansion trial, the brother against brother, picks up again tomorrow. Seems to be complying. There's the ink. There's the print. There's the ink. There's the print. That's 2 fingers so far. There's the ink. There's the print. Ink. Print. He's done this before. Get the little pinky there. And the pinky, let's switch hands. Adjust the card a little bit. There we go. Ink and print. Ink and print. There's 2, only 3 more. There's the middle finger. Make sure the bird's nice and clear. Ring finger and this little piggy on the end. Done. All right. Print's done. The other trial's not going today. No, it's on break. Now he wants to wash his hands. You can just rub it and it'll come off, sir. There you go. A little bit of Perel. Fix everything. Oh, 1:30 their time. Don't they continue today, Josh? Did I read that wrong? Or is it all completed? Is it completed? We don't have to wait for anything. All right, waiting for the audio to kick back in. They return today. Okay. Thank you, Josh. Amber throwing it down in chat. Anything boys can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. I
need my witness to be on.
All right. Deputy Laura?
No, I think it's great.
On the record, which I've been denied the opportunity to do.
All right. Deputy Laura, if you line the jurors up, please.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Not going to allow me to call witnesses.
I'm going to state to you, I am not your standby counsel. There are procedures that are followed in criminal law for a jury trial.
Pro se sounded a lot better when you were in your jail cell talking to your
You
cellmate.
may want to speak with the deputy.
Talking about subject matter jurisdiction. Then right now, what's those boxes on the back? The 2 boxes with the same thing in it. They're not speakers. Anybody know? Underneath the Alamo. Emily, I wish you luck on the interviews. Hope they all go well and everybody fights over you and you can choose your destination and your paycheck.
Now push this button. Was it pause it or mute it?
As long as if the green's on, I can hear you. If you don't want me to hear you, you can turn the green on.
Standby counsel slides on over. So I'm not getting paid enough for this. We told you this once already.
Either the subpoenas for her that she'll get served at 5:30 today.
No, she won't be there.
We're ready.
Stop talking to my witness.
The jury?
Stop talking to my witness. Stop talking to my witness. Jury's filing in. Judge looks at them sympathetically. They have no idea what they're in for.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, you received an oath downstairs, but I'm going to give you an oath for this specific trial. So if you all could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear that in the case of the state of Texas versus Mr. Ross, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. So in this case, Mr. Ross will be representing himself. Mr. McCray and Mr. Porter are his standby counsel. All right, State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, we are ready to proceed.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, may I have a timer?
No.
Oh, no.
True Bill of Indictment. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized, impaneled, and sworn as such at the September term AD 2025 of the 399th Judicial District Court of said county, in said court, at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and anterior to the presentment of this indictment. Count 1, aggravated robbery. On or about June 1st, 2025, James Ross, hereinafter referred to as defendant, while in the course of committing theft of property and with intent to obtain and maintain control of said property, did intentionally and knowingly threaten and place Janice Jones in fear of imminent bodily injury and death, and the defendant did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. Count 2, aggravated assault with deadly weapon. On or about June 1st, 2025, James Ross, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly threaten imminent bodily injury to Alyssa Ramirez, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by pointing a deadly weapon at and in the direction of the complainant, and the defendant did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. Count 3, aggravated assault with deadly weapon. On or about June 1st, 2025, James Ross, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly threaten imminent bodily injury to Daphne Smith, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by pointing a deadly weapon at and in the direction of the complainant, and the defendant did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. Count 4, unlawful possession firearm by felon. On or about June 1st, 2025, James Ross, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did then and there, having been convicted of a felony offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm, on April 30th, 2007, in cause number 0966641D, and the 396th District Court of Tarrant County, Texas, intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly possess a firearm after the 5th anniversary of the defendant's release from confinement following conviction of the felony, and the defendant's possession of the firearm occurred at 4427 De Zavala Road, San Antonio, Texas, which was a location other than the premises at which the defendant lived, against the peace and dignity of the state.
To those counts, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? All right, State, you all may be seated. State, do you have any opening statements?
Yes, Judge, if I may proceed.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
It's getting warmed up. Here goes. Blowing on his hands. Judge like,
there's a man coming into my shop. I recognize this man. This man's been working with us for the last few days, but now he has a gun. He's demanding money from me, and he's putting it up to my throat, saying that I better pay him the money he's. the evidence will show that this is exactly what happened when the defendant walked into Janice Jones's shop after he had been working with her for 2 days and said that he was going to get paid the money he's owed. We will prove to you with evidence, with documents, and with testimony that the defendant committed this crime against 3 people. And I'm convinced that when all the evidence is in front of you and when all is said and done, you will come back with the only verdict that justice demands, and that is the verdict of guilty.
Wow.
Thank you.
Almost went with a single
Defense,
sentence.
any opening statements? You may proceed.
Here comes the objections.
Yes, you may proceed.
Janice Jones is the owner of Alterations and a gift shop on Desabella Road. She's going out of business. A friend of hers approached me because her going out of business.
Judge, respectfully, I'm going to have to object. We're getting into facts that are not yet in evidence. You can say what evidence is going to show, but can't go into testimony.
All right, that objection will be overruled. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
On the day in question, I receive a phone call, or I make a phone call and inquire as to how to collect on these owed. I was instructed to, or the defendant was instructed to proceed to the shop on Sunday to collect.
I'll turn it up.
And they did. But the owner who instructed him to come didn't have the money that she told him to come pick up. Then they left. Then he went to the car, and as he's leaving, he says to his girl, like, can you please go back into the shop and ask this woman how to go about collecting the money that she owes me? She did. She spoke to this woman. This woman said, bring him back at 6 o'clock and I'll pay him then. 6 o'clock, she did not pay. Defendant got upset, cussed her out, and left. On the way home, the defendant and his girls witnessed the police at a high rate of speed going back to where we came from. That's all the defendant knows. There was no intent to this robbery. There was no robbery. There was no weapon. Thank you.
All right, state, call your first witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state will call Mrs. Lasagna Robinson to the stand.
He's speaking third person as if that helps. He's still presenting the evidence. That should have been sustained, the objection. He just told his side of the story. What did she have with her? I thought it was a drink, but...
All right, thank you. And there's a small microphone up there for the court reporter to hear. If you'll place that somewhere. Okay, thank you.
Just stick it somewhere. It's a clip.
Okay. All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you speak in the microphone so the jurors can hear and all of the attorneys can hear.
And we can.
If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Lasagna Robinson.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Can I call you Lasagna, ma'am?
Yes.
Objection. I don't even know who this witness is.
All right, your objection is overruled. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. I think you stated your name for the record. Do you mind if I call you Lasagna or Miss Robinson?
Either one.
Okay, Lasagna, good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Lasagna, what is your profession?
Custodian of record / paralegal.
Okay, and where are you a custodian of record at?
SAPD Communications.
Okay, what does SAPD Communications do?
That's the 911 call center where all the calls come in.
Okay, so what would be your duties as a custodian over there?
To pull, retrieve, maintenance, to answer upon request, and to appear in court.
Okay. Let me approach the witness, Judge.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Lasagna, I'm showing you what's been labeled as state exhibit number 3. I think you listened to this earlier. Can you tell me what it is?
It's the 911 calls.
Okay. And how you know there are 911 calls?
I listened to it and I initialed and dated it.
Okay. And are 911 calls?
The defense has not had a chance to review any of this. So this goes to the surprise tactics of the prosecution. That I was talking
All right.
about.
Do you have a legal objection?
Yes.
And what is your legal objection?
Yeah, this is information that we were not privy to.
All right. You may proceed. That'll be overruled.
Thank you, Judge. So these 911 calls, are they made close to the time of the event?
Yes, they're recorded in real time.
Okay, so they're recorded as they're coming in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it within the normal course of business for SAPD to create and store these 911 calls?
Yes.
Okay. And they're made by someone with knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a 911, or I'm sorry, is there an SAPD report number that is associated with these cases?
It is.
Okay. Do you know what that report number is?
Yes. SAPD 221-50167.
Thank you so much. Judge, we would ask that state exhibit number 3 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to state's exhibit number 3?
Yes, I'm Your Honor.
And what is your objection?
The defense has not had a chance to review this information.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you could step out in the hallway for just a moment for the court.
All right for the jury.
Yeah, I guess these standby counts are going to be like, yeah, we did get it.
Great. Here again.
It's going to test the judge's patience today.
All right, everyone, please be seated.
Welcome, Broken
So,
Bakers.
standby counsel, were you provided with what is being offered as state's exhibit number 3?
Yes, I have all the discovery, Judge.
All right. And did you have a chance to review that with Mr. Ross before Mr. Ross became his attorney?
I've tried every opportunity to communicate with this man. He berates me, he intimidates me, such that I cannot have a conversation with him for much more than about 20 minutes.
All right, so this is what we will do. State, if you'll play state's exhibit number 3 so Mr. Ross may hear it.
Of course, Judge.
Yeah, you knew that was going to happen. I think they muted it so you can listen to it first. We'll see. It's a good thing they're sitting on opposite ends of the defense table, because I think this might come to blows if they were sitting next to each other. Greeners, if I can give you just a little hint, I would play your card when the defendant actually makes a proper legal objection that's sustained. Greeners knows what that means, I think, if he's listening. If I turn on my volume on my PC to hear RA, then it blasts the volume in the courtroom. I may have to join you guys on another one later. Am I being too quiet? Let me look at the levels. Test 1, 2. Check, check, check. I am a little quiet. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. I've had to crank their volume when he walks away from the microphone too, so I've been adjusting that back and forth. Does anybody know what the price of silver is right now? Just off the top of your head. so I don't have to Google it. I Googled it anyway. 74. Okay. Legal science, thank you. Somewhere in all these old bike store parts, I have some silver that was given to me. I think it's about an ounce and a quarter. I think it's an ounce and a quarter of like pure silver. It was given to me in return for doing a favor with a metal detector to help a buddy out. It was worth a lot less then. But can we zoom? Possibly. I just don't know how long this is going to take. If there are any antics or something, I'd like to hear that as well. Let's zoom a tiny bit, shall we? It's a long 911 call. Okay, let's go to right here. Back it up. Okay, looks like the tape is over. He's making an argument. We're going to get audio in just a second. The judge has zero patience for pro se witnesses or pro se defendants right now. Zero. Yeah. Jury's coming in. Is he against his own counsel as well? Yes, they're enemies. He's asked to have them removed. She won't remove them. He says they're working against me actively. They're telling my witnesses that they're going to be arrested if they come in and testify for me.
You just made a really good point. You're going to call the lead detective tomorrow. He's the one that will say, yes, I listened to the video. He'll be the one that asked those questions. He'll say, hey, this guy said I had to keep talking on the phone. He didn't know it yet, right? And that detective, that's the person who asked those questions. This witness is not that witness. She's just a 911 operator. She just downloads call the detective will be tomorrow. That's who you have.
Let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
Elbow counsel, who has been berated probably since he was, appointed to this case, still giving little tips and pointers to the defendant. He's a huge dude. He's big. He's a big man. I don't know. He was working at an alteration shop. Are we talking like hemming pants or mending suits? Do you think that's what it was? Worked 2 days. He's like, I want my paycheck.
All right, everyone, please be seated. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. We would like to admit State Exhibit number 1 into evidence.
Is it State Exhibit number?
I'm sorry, State Exhibit 3. My apologies.
No problem. Any objection to State's Exhibit number 3? And what are the objections?
No foundation to that at all. It doesn't create speculation in their minds, and it creates prejudice against me.
All right, the defendant's objection will be overruled. Can I have parties approach?
Says that the 911 call is going to bring speculation and prejudice against him. Your Honor, may we keep the evidence out because it makes me look really bad. Okay.
Like my objection to be noted.
It's noted.
Playing 911 call number 1 from State Exhibit number 3.
Judge might need something stronger in that drink.
Fire or DNF? Please promise you need to fire EMS. Hello?
There's a guy here at JC's Alterations. He has a gun.
What's the address?
JC's Alterations, 4722 Delta Valla Road. He has a gun.
Delta Valla?
Yeah.
Is he inside the property or outside?
He's inside the property, right in the street.
4722 is what you told me. Hello? 4722 is what you told me?
Hello?
Hello, you told me 4722?
Yeah, 4722 Delta Valla Road.
That's a different location from where you're at. I'm showing you somewhere else.
Oh.
Let me see if
Alteration.
JC's Alteration. Let me look up the address in a second.
So she located his phone and she's like, that's not where you are.
I'm trying to get the address.
Yeah, there's a Momo shop here.
4427 maybe?
Yeah, 4727 Delta Valla Road.
44 and mail inside the
7. It should be 47.
It is. I'm showing you somewhere else. I'm showing you somewhere else.
No.
Are you in like a little plaza area?
Yeah, the plaza area.
JC's Alteration gift shop, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you at? Inside or outside or where? Hello? Hello?
This is the worst caller ever.
Hello, hello.
Some water, Troy. That's funny.
Hello?
Who made the call?
Yeah, it's done.
Sounds like the caller is now with the phone in his pocket back in the store talking with the owner about what happened. I don't know who the caller is. Unless the defendant's the caller, which doesn't make sense.
Oh, I was here. Guy, huh? He had a wrist with his camera, he came in, pointed him at gunpoint, and he left.
Purpose of the record, playing 911 call number 2 on state exhibit number 3.
Okay, 911, this is Princeton Union Police, Fire, or EMS?
Yeah, sure.
Hello, San Antonio Police?
Do you guys know?
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Did I work for her? Yeah. Did I work hard for her? Yeah. Did I operate a good faith for her? Yeah. So why the fuck ain't you paying me my money?
Did I tell y'all something?
You told me you was gonna pay me at 2 o'clock when I got here yesterday. I'm not waiting till you get finished. Give me my money.
I can't get five for nothing, and then just roll it, I tried to explain it.
So when how you gonna pay me today? You ain't gonna think you gonna pay me today? Well, what's the problem?
Why did I send you a message telling you to have send you?
I sent it to you.
But I couldn't put it in there until later. I have to wait until Friday.
Let's see you again.
When you called me.
Let's see you again without my money. I'm not playing with you. You took my gentleman for weed. I've been a gentleman in kind with you all the way through this process. I went hard for you. And this how you do me? Give me my fucking money. I know your story game, I know what you did. Don't play with me tomorrow.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Hello, you sure?
I'm still here. What happened? I heard him asking about money.
Show me your location, please.
Ma'am, can you still talk? Okay, can you guys speak freely or no?
They already did too. I told them. Yeah. Yeah. I thought I
Ma'am, listen to me. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, can you just send somebody else the location? We've been at gunpoint. Can you just send somebody else the location, please?
Listen to me. I have to call
If
someone
you
out.
keep that on the phone, he's gonna.
Okay, listen to me. Is he white, black, or Hispanic?
Black.
What is he wearing?
Tall. He's a tall, slender black guy.
Keep me on the line. Do not disconnect, okay? I will be quiet, but do not disconnect.
Okay. Yes.
Is this a business or a house now? Ma'am, is this a business or is this a house?
I heard called cars. Look, they're already here.
Purposes of the record, playing 911 call number 3 on state exhibit number 3.
Oh man, there are 3 calls. Holy cow! Maybe this.
Can't understand you. Do you need a police or fire or an ambulance?
What is it, Mom? What is it?
Do you please? Understand anything you're saying? Take the phone just a little bit of space.
It's not your turn to talk.
That's
I'll tell you
fine, but I
when you
don't
can
know if he's still the person that.
Where are you?
42, 44, 47. I heard cop cars, so it's been
I
called.
don't know where you're at. What is the address? Keep it out of here. Do not hang up. I do not know where you are, and I do not know if I have a unit there. Until I know I have a unit there, I can't do that. What, do you know where you're at? We're at the court and the entrance to Wicked Shop and on Pickles Road. My son was illustrated, like taking me to Wall Road and a shopping center right there. You was injured. No, man. You can fix me up there because I got the Tony. I got you. Ma'am. What? Who has the gun to your head? Talk to me. Who had a gun to your head? Is he still there? There. Yes or no? Say yes or no. Is he still there? Is he black? Yes or no? Yes. What color shirt? I think it's white. White shirt. Is it a handgun? I don't know. I guess yes. Do you know the address you're at? I think it's 4427? 4722 Pickles Road in the east. My friend said that the cops are here. You are for sure at 4722 De Zavala. 4722 De Zavala, is that correct, Sean? Sean. What is your name? My name is Daphne Dalton Smith. Where is the mail? I just came to the store, but I expect you to go over on the side. He is outside. Wait, I don't know what he did. We don't know anything. I don't know because you picked me up and I was going to. Do you know who he is? James, or no? James, unknown last. How old is he? 20s, 30s, 40s? I think he's like 40. I know he's been in jail before. So 40. Daphne. Okay. What did you ask me? Sorry. How do you know him? He's helping us move her business. Where are you at? JC's Alterations. JC Alterations. Yes, ma'am. Do you know if the guy is drunk or high? I don't know. Oh my goodness. What vehicle were y'all in? No, we were still working and he just came in. I don't know. He has our vehicle. You're not making sense. What's your phone number? It's 210.
8675309.
Do you see the officers outside? Okay, let me look at this. Oh yeah, just a minute. Thank you. Can you speak to my officers? Okay, yes, did you need to speak to him or? What, who are you talking to? Okay, hang on a second. 911,
Hello?
I'm sorry, who is the?
Hey, man, I thought it is, but everything's good. I got it from here.
Perfect, thank you, sir.
No problem.
The officer finally lets
We'll pass the witness.
Dispatch
Defense.
off the phone.
I have a question or two.
Oh, you may proceed with your questions.
Oh, you may proceed.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Could you tell us the exact times of these calls? In session with each other?
Yes, the first call was made at 1746. The second call was also around that time, and that third call was 1749.
Could you be more specific, please? We need exact times for these calls.
1746, I believe, that's military time. So it's I want to say 5:46, and then
Oh, no. I don't mean that. I mean, what time was each call made? And military time is fine.
okay, the first call was made at 17:46. The second call also, it was called, I guess somebody else was calling, and it was also made around 17:46. And then the third call, the last call, was made at 17:49.
On the second phone call, there was the gentleman who was communicating with the 911 dispatch. Is it possible for, like,
can you enhance that?
Is he identifiable in any way?
His phone number shows up on the what's called the incident detail report, and that is the document that is generated once that call taker picks up the phone, and she can input or he can input all their information. So his phone number was identified.
You're up.
You just need to ask your questions.
Were there any more 911 calls made this day regarding this incident?
No.
Or just those three?
Just those three.
Okay. Were each of these three phone calls made from the same number or all three different numbers?
I can't recall. Two of them did come from the same number inside of the shop where the callers were coming from. That first call, which was the gentleman, it was made on a different phone number.
Okay, so two of these calls were made from the same phone number?
Yes.
So that means that one phone call was made and then it was a disconnection. That call ended and the next call was made?
Yes.
Okay. So you just told me that the first and the second call were made at both 17:46, correct?
Right. And that first call is the gentleman call. So that call was another number. I can't recall what that number was. And then that second call was made by one of the numbers that was the same number.
The second number.
Yeah.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this witness excused or subject to recall?
She's excused, Judge.
Excused or subject to recall?
Subject to recall.
All right, just make sure you're available if anyone decides to call you.
Like,
Yes,
are you
if you'll
serious?
remove the square microphone for me, please.
Subject to
Thank
recall.
you. State, call your next witness.
Judge will be calling Mr. Ryan Meyer to the stand.
Your Honor. I'd like to invoke the rule, please.
All right, the rule has been invoked.
He's got some help. He invoked the rule.
Yes.
That means nobody can watch. They approach. He's saying the right words, but I'm not sure if he really understands what they mean. We're going to fast forward through the little sidebar. Oh, is this our fingerprint guy? Wasn't he that fingerprint guy? I swear he's the dude that came in and did the fingerprints. If you need help spelling his last name, Meyer. He's a records dude. And for those of you who are making your own badges, he's giving you an example of what his looks like. Invoking the rule means that witnesses are not allowed to watch the trial for portions other than their own testimony. That's all they can be there for. They can't talk to their witnesses. They can't follow along on YouTube or anything else.
See the witness from right there now? Okay.
All right. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Ryan Meyer.
All right, state you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Meyer, how are you currently employed?
Sorry?
How are you currently employed?
With the Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, I can kind of tell by the patch right there. How long have you been working for BCSO?
About 2 years.
Okay. And in what capacity have you been working for BCSO?
As a clerk of records and a fingerprint examiner.
Okay. Take us through, how long have you been a fingerprint examiner?
About a year and a half.
What kind of training or like continuing education or classes you have to take in order to become a fingerprint examiner?
40 hours of classroom training and then constant on-the-job training.
Now, this is going to be kind of a guesstimate, but how many fingerprints do you think you've rolled in your career?
Rolled?
Yeah, or fingerprints taken.
Yeah, we rolled him, man.
About 30 people.
Okay. And
30
have you ever
a
testified
year?
in this as an expert before?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, the state would like to bring in Mr. Meyer under 702 as a fingerprint examination expert.
Defense?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
This guy just got the defendant's fingerprints this morning, like right before court. I wonder if it was for this testimony here. Hey, Sloth Life, I'll see if I can send you directly to your email the video that I made and give me your thoughts on it.
The defense counsel is just reviewing state exhibit 1 and 2 before taking up to the
You guys are hearing my fan in the background. Sorry about that. Let's see. Sloth Life.
Sure. May I approach it?
Yes.
All right. Meyer, did you fingerprint Mr. Ross over there earlier?
I did.
Okay. And did you have a chance to compare those fingerprints to the fingerprints that are in state exhibit number 1?
I did.
Okay. And would the fingerprints that you took from Mr. Ross be a match for the fingerprints in state exhibit number 1?
I'm unsure.
You're unsure?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through state exhibit 1 for a little bit.
What? Fingerprints don't match? Is that what I just heard?
Inside state exhibit number 1, there is a photograph of an individual.
Yes, sir.
And actually, let me move over to state exhibit number. Let me move to state exhibit number 2. Is this a copy of pages from state exhibit number 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in state exhibit number 2, are there photographs that have been taken?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in those photographs, there's an individual, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you see an individual that matches that description in this room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you point him out for the jury?
The defendant,
Okay.
gentleman in black.
Let the record show that the witness has identified the defendant. And Judge, we would ask that state exhibit number 2 be admitted into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
State's exhibit number 2 is admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish?
Granted.
Thank you. All right. So, Ms. Meyer, let's walk through state exhibit number 2 for the jury, because I have not figured out how to use the docu thing over there. So, let's open that up. So on the second page, there's a series of photographs. Is there a person named there?
Yes.
Okay, what is the name?
James Ross.
All right. Is there a ID number?
Yes.
Okay, what is that ID number? Right. Let's move to page number 3 of that. Can you tell me, what am I looking at here?
I'm blanking on the name.
It's okay. Does it look like the
I tried again.
The judgment page.
Okay,
Thank you.
so it's a judgment. All right. Is there a cause or a case number on that judgment?
Yes.
Okay. And what about, is there a name on that judgment?
Yes.
What is the name?
James Ross.
And what is the case number?
0966641 Delta.
Now on
That's
there,
this
I see
case.
there is a charge. Could you read into the record what that charge is?
Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, to it a firearm.
All right. And on there, there's a date of the probation order and a date sentence imposed. What is the date of the probation order?
October 24th, 2005.
And what is the date of the sentence imposed?
April 30th, 2007.
Thank you so much. One more quick cleanup right there. Up there in the style of the case, what is the name of the court and the county of the court?
It's like, excuse me, the 396. It's like the 396th District Court of Tarrant County, Texas.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ryan.
Yes.
We'll pass the witness, Judge.
So he can't match.
Defense?
He can't match the signatures or the thumbnail, the thumbprints.
What this attorney just presented to you, can you state for the record again the years?
For the sentencing and the, I'm sorry?
For exhibit number 1, what were the years of this charge? What was the date?
I believe it was October 24th, 2005.
2005?
I believe so.
2005 being
Last year.
like 30 years ago?
Yes, sir, 21.
What about the dates on the second?
I said 25.
That was in 2007. I don't remember the exact date and year.
Okay, so again, we're talking about
Month of
20
day.
years ago?
Yes.
That's all, thank you.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Yes, Judge. He's excused for the state side.
He's excused from the lawsuit.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you're not able
He's
to
excused.
discuss your testimony with anyone or view anything about this trial until the conclusion. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Even if you're excused?
And is the square microphone still up there, Sydney?
Yes.
All right, thank you. State, call your next witness.
Judge, we're going to be calling Miss Janice Jones to the stand.
Janice Jones, no relation to Mike, who was featured in the last trial. Our car is officially an adult now. She can have alcohol in her gas. I thought he said he's excused from
Yes,
us
do you
as
need them?
well. For me as well.
Yeah, I'm putting up to the side of the ring.
He's got 2 standby counsel. I need to hear about this gun. He says there was no gun. I want to hear if there's a gun found.
Thank you. Yeah.
And could I have parties approach briefly, please?
Of course.
Perfect timing. We've got a prank call. Hello? Hello?
This is Alex in Marketplace. How are you doing today?
Good.
Okay, the reason of my short call is that you already have health insurance through Marketplace, right?
This is a short call?
Yeah, short call, I said.
Hello. How do you spell that?
SHORT.
Oh, I thought you were using an A. Okay, what was your question?
The reason of my short call is that you already have health insurance through Marketplace, right?
Okay. Continue.
Is that right, sir? Do you have health insurance through Marketplace?
Oh, you're asking me? I thought you said you were calling because I had it.
Sir, have a great...
Have a great day. You too.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. There's a square microphone up there. Could you place it somewhere on your sweater or your top? Yes, it's for the court reporter to hear.
That good?
Yes. And if you make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Janice Jones.
All right. Are both parties able to hear her?
We can hear, Judge.
All right. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Hello, Ms. Janice. How are you doing today?
Good, and you?
I'm doing all right, ma'am. Another day of sun. So let me ask you, is it all right if I call you Ms. Janice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's start off with how you met Mr. Ross. How did you first meet Mr. Ross?
Well, I was moving from my shop, and the young man, Eddie, was supposed to come and help me out in April, but he was sick and he couldn't start. Dawn showed up, well, Daphne, she showed up to get started, and she met
April?
Mr. Ross, and she was trying to get more help for us to be able to pack up and be out by June. So she offered him the opportunity to come and help because she knew him, not me.
Okay. What was Mr. Ross helping you out with?
Packing and moving from the location I was in into storage.
Okay. What was the name of the location you were at?
JC's Alterations.
Okay. May I push witness, Judge?
Sloth Life, did that email go through? Did it work?
Janice, I'm showing you what's labeled state exhibit number 4. Can you tell me what this is?
This is my shop.
Okay. And no doubt or question that this is the shop that you were working at
Yes, that's where I work.
on the day of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, you asked state exhibit number 4 be admitted to evidence.
Have you tendered?
Yes, Judge, I've shown it to you.
Defense, any objection to state's exhibit number 4?
His elbow counts.
All right, state's exhibit number
Facebook.
4 is admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish?
Granted.
All right. So, when did Mr. Ross first start working for you over at JC's Alterations?
On Thursday, I think it was maybe 28, but Sunday was the 2nd, so I have to count backwards. So it was the Thursday before the 2nd.
Did you come to an agreement with Mr. Ross about the nature of the work, pay, how long the job was?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
When Dawn asked him to help out, he said to me while they were out getting the truck that Dawn didn't give him information on the pay and how long the job was going to take. So as we spoke, I told him what it was. I also told him that no one gets paid until the job was completed because I've gone through that before.
Okay. You've had people and get money up front, and they've just quit the job that day?
Yes, and I was left with packing. I moved here from Louisiana, from Atlanta and Louisiana, so I got stuck with a moving truck and no one to complete the job. So I learned not to pay first.
Okay, there you go. So it sounds like, just to summarize, Mr. Ross was contracted with you to work for a certain amount of time for a certain amount of money with the expectation that he would get paid at the end of the job.
Yes.
Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase, Judge. My apologies.
Hey, he got one. Greeners, it's your turn.
What were the terms of the contract with Mr. Ross?
That they would get paid $50 a day, and the job was supposed to be completed by that Sunday, which was the 2nd, because my lease was up and I wanted to be out there before I had to pay another month.
Okay. Did Mr. Ross and Stain complete the entire job?
On that Thursday night, that Thursday while they was out getting the truck, he began a conversation that he was talking to his bank about not cashing a $50 check. He also said that he had just deposited $15,000 in the bank the week before, and he did not understand why they wouldn't cash a $50 check. So as he was talking these conversations over a phone call, I overheard him ask whoever was on the other side about helping him get into his account because he was locked out.
Okay.
But he wanted $50. And so he came to me that night and asked me about getting some money so he can get smokes and a fix. And I told him, no, I didn't support that. And no
Smokes
one
and
was
a
getting
fix?
paid until Sunday.
Okay.
Drugs?
All right. So what month was this?
It was the end of May that we started. May 30th. I want to say May 30th, but we were supposed to, it was May 28th, I think. But we were supposed to be out by June 1st.
Okay.
But because of what he did and not coming back, I wound up staying till June 2nd.
Okay. And what year did all this occur?
It actually happened in June 2nd, 2025.
So last year?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the day of, also, your shop, JC Alterations. Do you remember what the address was for that?
4427 Days of Olive Road.
Okay. And this is going to be a weird question, but just go with me on this. Did Mr. Ross live there?
Not at the shop.
Okay. He did not live at the shop.
No.
Okay. And is that address in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. Let's go to June 1st, 2025. Walk us through the events from the beginning. What happened that day?
Well, that Friday night, he asked me for money. I said no. He threatened me and told me if I didn't give him money, he wasn't coming back on the 1st. And so after we had a conversation, I stood my ground. No, you wasn't going to bully me. I said everybody was getting paid on that Sunday, so I'm not going to pay you. And he said,
Just 1 second. Whenever either party says objection, I'm going to ask that you stop speaking.
Okay.
And
Can't be
then I'll
hearsay.
hear what their objection is. I will make a ruling. And if you don't understand whether or not you're allowed to speak after I make my ruling, just ask me, okay?
okay.
All right, what is your objection?
It's a narrative, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Greeners.
Let's go. We can't talk about what happened on that Friday. Let's talk about what happened on June 1st, the day of the incident. Okay?
On June 1st, he said that he wasn't coming back if I didn't pay him.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't. So I had to find someone else to come and help out.
Okay. Did he ever come back with any kind of weapon in hand?
On that Sunday, because I didn't pay him, he came back with a gun. I was sitting there packing a box when he showed up. And because I didn't turn and address him when he walked in and shoved his chair down, Dawn walked in between us and was asking me about packing. And he just got up, he snatched Dawn up from behind and threw her up against the wall, and he pulled the gun from behind him. When he pulled the gun from behind him, he waved it at all three of us. He told them he was not playing. And then he pointed the gun and shoved it up under my throat.
Overruled. You may proceed.
He shoved the gun up under my throat and said to me that he would kill me if I did not pay him, and he was not playing with me.
Okay. Do you recognize what kind of gun it was?
All I know that it was silver.
The silver gun?
Yes.
Okay. Did you feel threatened by Mr. Ross's action in shoving that gun up under your chin?
Yes.
Can you give us the layout of the location where you were at? Like, was there like one room, two rooms? Like, where was everybody inside the room?
I was in the middle of the room with eyes all around me. Dawn started out on the opposite side behind me. When she saw him come in, she came over to me to ask me a question. And Alicia was standing behind her to the right. And when he sat down, he sat like to my left. So when Dawn stood up in front of him, I assume he got angry because of that. And that's when he got up. He snatched her and threw her up against the wall.
Okay. And Dawn, is she also known as Daphne Smith?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you, when he had the gun under your chin, did he say anything to you?
He said that he wanted his money and that he was not playing with me. I said, well, James, if you kill me, how would you get your money? And he looked down at me. I said, this is the reason I do not keep cash on me, because of things like this. He just looked down at me. He waved the gun at them again. And when he waved the gun and said he wasn't playing, he told me, don't let me have to come back here. And he stuck the gun behind his back again. And he looked around and then he went out the door.
And when you said he was waving the gun around at them, who is them?
Daphne and Alicia, they were across the room from where I was sitting. Okay. And so I guess that was his way of keeping a watch of his back by turning the gun from me to them and calling them out of their names, saying that he was not playing. He would kill us.
Did you observe Mr. Ross point the gun at Alyssa Ramirez and Daphne Smith?
Yes, I did.
Okay. This is going to sound like a silly question, but I got to do it for the record. Do you see Mr. Ross in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point him out for the jury, please?
Yes, I'm over there.
Let the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant. All right. So after he left, what happened?
We called 911 and the cops showed up. And once they showed up, we explained to them what happened. And they showed us some pictures to identify him, and we all pointed him out.
Okay. Did Mr. Ross continue to communicate with you after this incident?
Yes, he was sending me texts and demanding money. He also sent me a Cash App message, and he asked me to call off the police because armed robbery actually can max out at 40 years.
Okay. Mr. Ross.
Their text messages. Here's a copy of the text message you sent to her. Yeah, I object. This makes me look really bad. This will prejudice the jury against me.
Judge?
Yes.
Janice, I'm gonna show you what's labeled as state exhibit 5, 6, 7, and 8. Can you tell me what these are?
These are messages sent from James requesting a payment, as well as messages that he can use Cash App since he didn't have a phone. He can send messages directly to me.
And you can verify that these messages were sent to you from James?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, we'd ask that state exhibit number 5, 6, 7, and 8 be admitted into evidence.
Any objections?
No.
All right, States Exhibit 5, 6, 7, and 8 are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, permission to publish?
Granted.
Thank you, Judge. All right, let's go over state exhibit number 5 right here. Is there a date on this?
This one was June 2nd.
So this would have been after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. What does it say on there?
He says, so you're really not going to pay me for the work I did for you, which was the business had not completely finished the packing and the moving. So like I told him, I was not going to pay until we finished, and everybody got paid at the same time.
And Mr. Ross did not complete the job?
No, he didn't come back after Friday.
Okay. Let's look at state exhibit number 6. Can you tell me what that is?
This one.
Let's see. It's going to be this one right here.
This is a request that he made for the payment, and I did pay everybody on the same date.
Let's look at state exhibit number 7. What is that right there?
This is a text on the 6th of June, and I thank him for helping me move.
So we did get the money that
That's
he
the
demanded?
payment, yes.
Let's look at state exhibit number 8. What is that right there?
This is also the text on the 6th of June, where he asked me to call off the police because the robbery starts at, it is a felony, and it starts at 40 years.
Okay. And I see on there, there is a name that's Samaj Rose. But that first one right there, is that James spelled backwards?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the last name, Rosie or Rose, does that sound pretty close to Ross?
Yes, it does.
And this is James Ross that's sending these messages?
Yes.
Okay.
On one of the texts, he stated that it was James Ross, and that was his Cash App.
Okay. So he is on here asking you to call off the police?
Yes.
Because of the aggravated robbery?
Yes.
Thank you so much. When the incident happened, Ms. Janice, were all 3 of y'all in the same room?
Yes.
Okay. Where was your back to? Was it to the wall or to the entrance or?
My back was to the wall. The entrance was to my left, and I was facing another wall in front of me.
Okay. And you described the firearm as a silver firearm. Was it a big firearm or a small firearm?
It was a small one.
Okay. Okay. Judge, we'll pass the witness.
All right, defense.
Hello, Ms. Jones.
Hello.
Yeah, I stand up there. There's a bit of way I can't see.
Yes, you may stand.
We can hear you better. I love you. What did you say?
Okay.
Now we can't hear him at all. Sit down again.
I could ask you couple questions. First being, was there a time before this incident that the defendant, I'm gonna refer to myself as third person, that the defendant
He explains third
asked
person.
you if you could cash at him where the money's owed so that he wouldn't have to come to your shop?
Was that before or after the incident?
Before it.
No, I requested cash app from him to pay him before the incident.
When did you request cash app from him?
On that Saturday before he came with the gun,
Saturday before the incident.
which is the first.
Okay. So you sent him a text message requesting his cash app?
Yes, I did.
He sent you his cash app in response?
Not till after he pulled the gun on me.
So he allegedly put his gun on you when? What day was it?
On Sunday the 2nd.
On Sunday the 2nd? Okay. And so you sent him a cash app requesting his cash app address.
No, I did not. I sent him a text back from his request for payment. And he sent me a message saying, "This is James Ross and this is my cash app." So that is how I got his cash app.
So when did you actually send him money for work done for you?
The job was completed on the 4th and everybody got paid
Did you pay him
on the 4th.
for?
No one got paid on the Sunday because we were still working, and that was on the 2nd. And we did not complete it till a Tuesday.
So you paid him on the 4th, which what day is that Sunday?
No, Sunday is the 2nd.
So the 4th would be
Tuesday.
like Wednesday?
No, Tuesday.
Okay. So when you paid him on Tuesday, had the incident already taken place where he allegedly robbed you?
It took place on Sunday, and he threatened me and told me, "Do not make me have to come back here."
And due to that threat, you called the police and said that he robbed you, correct?
That's awesome.
Him pulling the gun on me on Sunday.
All right, that'll be overruled.
On Sunday, when he came and he put the gun to my throat, that is when I called the police.
After you called the police and this incident was reported to the police that you were robbed, after that incident is when you paid him?
I did not pay him until that Tuesday.
So the defendant works for you. Let me make sure I got this right. Okay. The defendant works for you.
Third party.
Then stops working for you.
Third person.
And then attempts to robs you. And then after this robbery where you call the police and get the police involved in this matter, you pay him?
I paid him because the promise was everyone would get paid when the job was completed. And you did the work, and since he did the work, I kept my word and I paid him.
So, now I want to switch gears a little bit. I'm like, do you remember the day that he first started working for you?
Yes, I do.
What was your interaction with him? What was his vibe like?
What's his vibe?
How did you two
connect
with each other?
Well, on the first day is when they were out going to get the moving truck. And we sat and we was talking, and he began talking negative about Dawn and Alicia. And I began to tell him about God.
My question was, how were you and the defendants? I'm not asking specifically about the conversation that you shared, but did you feel comfortable with him?
No, I did not.
Did not?
No.
Oops.
Did you have cookies there for the defendant that day?
Cookies?
And the rest of the workers?
I ordered lunch for the group that was working. This way we can get it done. And they did not have to leave. They can take a break, eat and drink. So no one had to go out and purchase anything. I even fed him because he said that he was hungry and his cupboard was low at home.
So again, I asked, did you have cookies there? Cookies.
I had cookies, I had sandwiches, I had wraps, I had drinks. I literally did a catering for each and every one to have something to eat for 2 days.
Right. Okay, now, it's the defendant's belief that you two were establishing a good relationship. The defendant is under the impression that he was in love with your shop. He was impressed by your, artifacts. He was impressed by your paintings. He was impressed by your carpet and the entire shop. Did you get that feeling from him? Did he express that to you?
I did not get that feeling because he made me uncomfortable when he began to talk finances and nothing else was adding up. With the $15,000 being placed in the bank a week before, and now you're begging for $50 from the bank and the bank is denying you, then you come to me. So no, I wasn't comfortable at all. And I didn't like being alone with you that long, but they couldn't get the truck back to the shop earlier.
Okay. So at the end of the first day of work, when you did not feel comfortable with this man, the defendant is under the impression that you gave him
objection. He's testifying.
African pieces of art and food because he said his cupboards was low at the end of the day. And is that true?
I have kept a food bank for many, many years because I'm encountering people who are hungry.
Excuse me. I need you to ask questions correctly, please. Question is, did you give the defendant African artifacts and food at the end of the first day?
Judge, I'm going to have to object to this on relevance and also that's been asked and answered. It would be cumulative questioning.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Thank you, Judge.
Greeners, it's your turn.
Please proceed.
Yes, you can ask your question.
Even a blind squirrel
Um,
finds a nut every once in a while.
There it is. Greeners.
Ask
Good
that
job.
again.
At the end of the first day of work, when you didn't feel comfortable with the defendant, did you freely give him 2 pieces of African art along with food from the company of your shop?
Even a
Because he said he had
blind
to eat.
squirrel finds a nut
Yes, I
every once
did.
in a while.
Okay. These 2 pieces of African art, the reason that I ask is so to gain an understanding of the value of these things to the defendant. So to the defendant,
This court's in Texas.
pieces of African art were extremely valuable. Okay. And he expressed that to Ms. Jones. Now, Ms. Jones, if you didn't feel comfortable with the defendant, why would you give him valuable pieces of artwork and food and be expecting him to come back the next day for work? That doesn't add up.
The reason why I didn't add up to you is because I refuse to let anyone go hungry. I keep food around and I cook food and I feed the neighborhood. I believe in the love of Christ. And I do believe in being kind to people. And those artifacts that I gave you didn't really mean anything to me. It was given to me. And so if it was something you like, I wanted you to be happy with it.
This lady's amazing.
Did you find that the defendant was happy with those?
You seem to be excited to get it.
Continuing, at the end of that first day of work, after you gave him these artifacts and you gave him food, did you drop the defendant off at his home?
I did not, but my friend, you rode with my friend. And when we followed you, you seemed to be thankful that, somebody gave you a ride.
And so in this, you knew where the defendant lived.
Not exactly. We dropped you off in front of the building. And because I was uncomfortable with you, I turned and told my friend not to bring her purse into the building anymore because you made me very uncomfortable that day.
I beg your pardon, can you repeat that? I didn't hear what you said.
While we dropped you off in front of the building, we didn't see what apartment you went into. And I turned and told my friend not to bring a purse in because I wasn't going to do it. I was very uncomfortable with you. And so we stopped carrying a purse that day.
I want to ask you again, when you dropped the defendant off, were you in the car with him?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, so who were you in the car with?
I was in the car with Clara, and you were in the car with her husband.
Okay, so that's two different vehicles?
Yes, it is.
And I'm in the vehicle with your co-owner's husband?
Yes.
And you're in the vehicle with your co-owner?
Yes.
And so when we got to my apartment, how many trips did I make into the house before I could get all the stuff that you gave me in? Do you recall?
No, I don't recall, but you didn't have that much stuff.
I want cookies. I want cookies from this lady's store. They're good. They're the best cookies you've ever eaten, except for my wife's.
Now, let's switch gears again to the day of this. Actually, a day or two before. Okay. Did the defendant contact you by phone and ask you how was he to go about collecting payment from you?
I don't recall.
The defendant is in belief that he did. Okay.
Objection.
And the response. So you don't recall giving him a response of come to the shop at 2:00 Sunday?
Oh, yes. No, I said I would pay you on Sunday. I said at least by 2 if we complete the job. That was in thinking that everybody would be done by Sunday, not that you were going to not show up on Saturday because...
I'm sorry now. I don't mean to be rude at all, so please give me the sound and such.
She was answering.
But the question is, do you recall a conversation where you told the defendant to come to your shop Sunday at 2:00?
Yes, I do now.
Did the defendant come to your shop at 2:00 Sunday per your instruction?
No, not 2:00 Sunday. You came with the intent to rob us because we were supposed to be finished Saturday.
I'll tell you when you
Please ask the defendant to answer the question.
All right, if you'll just listen to the question and answer the question, and then if the state have more questions to ask you, they'll have an opportunity to ask you.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed.
So we gathered now that you instructed the defendant to come to your shop Sunday to pay, correct?
I said I would pay everyone on Sunday.
Yes or no question?
On Sunday. I didn't give you a time.
Defendant is under the impression that you told him 2:00. And so at 2:00, he came to your shop. And what happened when he came to your shop at 2:00? Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. Excuse me. How many times did the defendant come to your shop on Sunday? How many times did he cross the threshold of your door Sunday? That Sunday.
As far as I know, once.
Once?
As far as I know, once.
So when he crossed the threshold, what took place?
Came in angry, grabbed a chair, slammed it down and sat on it. And as I turned and saw he was sitting there, I was already in the midst of a conversation, and I completed the questions that was being asked by the young lady that was there. And you yelled and said that you wasn't going to be ignored. And that's when you stood up, snatched the young lady in front of me and threw her up against the wall.
Sorry. May have seemed like liberty to just continue on. It was not, it was a direct question, but so I'm sorry, and I please forgive me because I do not mean to be rude in this. My life is actually on the line and I just need to get these facts straight. So please excuse me. I don't mean any sarcasm. I don't mean
sarcasm.
rudeness. Okay? I apologize if it came
All right,
across.
please ask your next question.
My question is, you remember another lady coming in to ask you a question about how the defendant was to collect money from you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so was that after the first or second time the defendant showed up at your shop?
The young lady came in and she began to talk about you coming.
The question was, did that woman come after the first or second time that the defendant showed up at your shop?
I don't recall you being there more than once.
So you don't recall the defendant walking out of your shop
when you can talk.
and the woman coming in asking you?
I recall the woman coming in and I told her that my business was with you, not with her. If I had to speak with anyone, it would be you. And then you came in angry.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but I feel the need to aid in your memory of the day. Am I allowed to do that?
Refresh your recollection.
So the woman came in after I left and I instructed her to come in and ask me.
Judge, I'm going to object to that. Counsel is testifying.
There it is,
Sustained.
sustained. That was supposed to be
You
first.
can ask your question, please.
There were 2 times that the defendant came to your shop. Do you remember the difference in occasions?
No, I don't.
So, but you do remember that you told the defendant to come to your shop to collect money.
I told him
on Sunday.
I told him everybody would be paid on Sunday when the job was completed. And the job was not completed.
Nevertheless, time you gave the defendant was 2 o'clock. Do you remember? You sure you don't recall that?
No, I don't.
Do you recall a time of this incident that took place?
No, I don't recall the time that it happened. I just know that there was a few people back and forth in and out of the shop.
Would there be anyone else that would remember there being twice that the defendant came to your shop?
I'm not sure. I can't speak for anybody else.
That would be all for me right now. Your Honor, I would like to.
All right. Any questions?
A few questions, Judge, if I may proceed.
You may proceed.
All right, Ms. Janice. Let me ask, this incident that happened, was it the first Sunday in June?
Yes, it was.
That was in June 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Would it surprise you that the first Sunday in June is June 1st, not June 2nd?
No, it wouldn't surprise me, but yes.
Okay. So when you said that this happened on June 2nd, did you mean June 1st?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So let me ask you,
He was charged in October.
defense counsel is bringing up the fact that you gave him, that he thought he was comfortable with you, but you clearly said you felt uncomfortable with him.
Yes.
Okay. I gotta ask you, Ms. Janice,
Objection leading.
if the defendant made you uncomfortable, why did you allow him to continue to work for you?
I had to be out of that location by the first of the month, otherwise I would have to pay another month's rent. And Dawn and Alicia introduced him, and by them spending time with him, I'm one of those people. I believe everybody deserves a second chance. And if it was somebody they know that needed help, I was willing to help.
Okay. Was that also because you already had like a business arrangement with him?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basically, he worked
hold on.
really well.
Hold on one second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Leading.
All right, the objection to leading will be sustained.
Thank you,
Judge
Judge. I'll
was reading
rephrase.
something else. She's on the internet.
Ms. Janice, how did it make you feel to have given the complaining witness, to giving the defendant artifacts, giving him cookies, but still have a gun put under your chin? How did that make you feel?
Asked, answered.
Well, I was believing God was going to work things out. So I didn't fear him. It was just I didn't trust him. And in a weird way, I really did appreciate him because he worked really hard. He packed up, he moved stuff. And if it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't have gotten half as much done that quick.
So he did a good job.
He did a great job.
Okay. But when he came in on June 1st, did he demand money from you?
Yes, he did.
Was he entitled to that money yet?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. Were you concerned that he would pull the trigger?
Well, because of my faith, I believe if it was my time, it was my time. But I believe God was watching over me, so I didn't have fear of being shot. I just wanted him not to hurt the girls because they didn't deserve it. They trusted him as well.
But you felt threatened having that gun under your neck?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's important for me.
Sustained.
Thank you, Judge. I apologize. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Defense.
Ma'am. So you agree that the defendant asked you for money that you owed him?
The defendant demanded I give him the money at that moment that he was threatening me.
Do you agree with that the money was owed to him?
Only when the job is completed. You can't work for any company and expect for them to stop their pay week and pay you then. No, you left on that Friday before the weekend.
True. And as to that, let's switch gears to that. On that Friday, which was the end of the second day of work, correct?
Yes.
How was Ross' performance from the moment he walked in?
The earlier part of the evening, he worked great. did an excellent job, and I was really happy to have you there doing the work that you did. But in that afternoon, well, later that evening, is when your attitude changed. Oh, you asked me?
You answered the question. Thank you. Okay. So
You asked me, and I told
at the
you.
end of that work day, what was the last part of work done before everybody made it back to the shop, before everybody went home? What was the last task completed?
Moving the boxes to the storage.
So after moving the box to the storage, the truck was brought back to the shop
Yes,
part,
yes.
and the defendant entered to speak to you. Do you recall?
Yes.
When the defendant entered at the end of this second day of full work for you, did he express to you that he wanted to speak to you?
He expressed that he wanted to talk about money again, and I told him that I was not paying anyone till the job was completed.
Understood. Is that where the conversation ended?
It ended with him being upset because I refused to listen to the conversation again.
You wouldn't even have the respect for the man to listen to what he wanted to say after 2 full days of working in good faith.
Objection, argumentative.
Because we had the same conversation on Thursday and I wasn't changing my mind.
So did the defendant ask you for all the money that you owed him, or did he ask you for a fraction of it?
He asked me to get paid that night or he was not coming back on Saturday.
That's the last part of the station.
That's the threat.
Okay. So before that, it wasn't a threat, it was more like, because when you say threat, that entails some type of negative action.
It was.
By not coming back to form you, not negative actions. So it's breaking up the agreement. So my question is this. Did the defendant ask you for less than $20 so that he could get food that night and have gas money to make it back tomorrow so that he could finish the work? Or did he ask you for an entire day's pay or his pay in full?
He asked me to pay him, and if I did not pay him, he will not come back on Saturday.
Please answer the question directly. Question is, did he ask you for a fraction of the funds that you owed him, just enough so he could get something to eat that night and gas money back tomorrow specifically? Or did he ask you for all the money that you owed him for working?
He asked me to pay him for the work or he was not coming back.
Okay. Let me rephrase. Did the defendant at all ask you for a fraction of his pay?
Judge, I'm going to object. This has been asked and answered. We're in cumulative questioning now.
Sustained.
Thank you, Judge.
After the first day, did the defendant ask you for food and gas money at any point to make it back to work?
Basically the same question.
The defendant asked me to pay him or he was not coming back on Saturday.
Question. Question is, after the first day.
The first day was Thursday, the second day was Friday.
First day, the defendant asked you at any time for gas money and food so that he can make it back to work the next day.
The defendant told me that he had to show his girlfriend he was working somewhere.
It's a yes or no question, man.
He had to prove he was working somewhere.
Please ask it.
All right, if you'll ask your question and if you'll listen to the question and just answer the question. All right, ask your question.
After the first day of work, Was there any time that the defendant asked you for food and gas money to make it back to work the following day?
Defendant asked me to pay him, or he wasn't coming back.
Carla, she's not answering the question.
And Judge, again, I'm going to object. This question has been asked and answered multiple times now.
All right, the objection from the defense is overruled.
Hey, KQD, if you're out there, try texting now. Try
Understanding that
texting
in the
now.
conversation, the defendant said to you that if you don't pay me anything at all, I'm not coming back to work for you tomorrow. Is that how conversation went?
Conversation was he needed to be paid so that he can prove to his girlfriend that he was working somewhere. And if I did not pay him, he was not coming back that Saturday.
Now, you understand that that's not what you told the detectives. You told the detectives that.
Judge, I'm going to get into improper impeachment.
Sustained.
Thank you, Judge.
So had the defendant decided to not ask you for money at the end of the second day, you were perfectly fine with him coming back the next day to complete the job?
Yes, I was.
So he did exemplary work for you, correct?
Yes, he did.
That's all for now, Your Honor.
All right, any further redirect?
No further questions, Judge. May this witness be excused.
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Subject to recall, please.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. You're not allowed to view anything about this case. Do you understand?
Yes.
And that rule will remain in effect until this case is concluded. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, if you will remove your microphone.
Oh.
Thank you.
So do I stay for today?
Oh, no, you can leave for today and go back home for today, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you.
The judge is busy getting lots of work done. Great witness there. She held her own just like she did the day she was the victim of armed robbery. Defendant tried, but I don't think he made
All right,
it.
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for today.
Okay.
We're going to start tomorrow at 1:30. And remember my previous instruction about when to arrive because the parking garage fills up fairly early. The reason why we're starting at 1:30 tomorrow is I have some more cases that are unrelated to this case that I need to take care of. Remember my previous instructions. Everything that you need to know about this case is to come from inside this courtroom and nowhere else. Do not even think about this case unless you're sitting in those chairs. Does everyone understand?
That means it's going to
All
continue.
right, everyone,
today,
please
this
rise for the
afternoon.
jurors.
All rise. Now we get to do a little court hopping. So give us just a second. We have not done much in the way of court hopping for a number of weeks, which is all right. Let's see. Judge Boyd is live right now, I believe, doing her docket stuff. Judge Cedric Simpson. Judge Simpson is not live. Judge McNally, YouTube. See if Judge Dad is up and about. Looks like he is. He was a few minutes ago. Let's check and see how his courtroom's going this morning.
And Heather needs to talk to him real quick for the judge on the bench.
Oh, wait.
228. I'll tell you when you can talk.
Wait.
He was down there talking to Will.
Josh tells me we have more to catch up. What we watched was Tuesday. We have to watch yesterday, too. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. I should probably read the instructions, Josh, is what I'm learning from this. Judge Stephanie Boyd. Let's see, we did the 215. We've got this one right here. How about this? But wait, there's more. Okay. Thanks, Josh. Completely forgot this. Let me fast forward a little bit. I think she's doing some docket work here. Waiting for the defendant. See, is that him yet?
There's a name for you for Black History Month.
No, that's not it. Still docket work, Let's see what she came back to. Okay, here we go. I think this is it. All right, we have a visitor. Visitor is here. Benavides, C. Benavides, San Antonio Police. It's our next witness. Josh for class president. Don't let it go to his head, guys. Let's give it a minute and see if this is the right one.
All right, guys, we're going to go on the record. The court is calling 2025 CR 011026 State versus James Ross. Can I have parties announced?
Brandon Prater for the state.
Lauren Espinoza for the state.
Leland McCray, standby.
Reporter, standby.
All right, so Mr. Ross, I'm going to have your standby counsel explain to you what standby counsel is and their duties. So have you all had a chance to let him know what that is, either one of you?
I would say that generally speaking, my understanding of it is if you have a question or a concern in any way I can help you, I'm here to help you, but I will not be making any statements on the record in terms of any legal objections, arguments, cross-examination, or questions. As you've seen so far, I'll pass you notes if I think it's helpful. You use it as you see fit. And then also for the record, your witness that you want to have been subpoenaed. So if you ask her to be here, she'll be here.
All right. So I just want parties to be clear on what standby counsel means. But just so parties know, I'm not going to interfere with any notes that are being passed between Mr. Ross and the standby counsel so that everyone is clear. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize so much for the late start. Usually we start on time, but there were other things that were outside of my control, and it was in no way related to this case.
Hey, Mods,
All right,
can you link
State,
how to
you may
change
call your witness.
your username?
State calls Christian Benavides.
Could you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Just make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear.
Yes, ma'am.
State, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Benavides, are you a resident of Bear County?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived in Bear County?
34 years
4 years. How are you currently employed?
with the San Antonio Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the San Antonio Police Department?
2 years, 11 months, 3 years next month.
What have been your duties over the past nearly 3 years?
Calls for service, patrol duties, making arrests, traffic stops.
Are you considered a patrolman?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a certified peace officer?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of education is required to become a certified peace officer?
I believe high school education,
Do you have any specialized trainings?
specialized trainings.
Yeah, to become a certified peace officer, do you go to an academy?
Yes, ma'am. Went through an
Classes?
academy,
Do you know approximately how long the academy is?
approximately 8 months.
What was your position with San Antonio Police Department on June 1st, 2025?
A patrolman.
A patrolman. What area? Well, let me back up. Were you on duty on June 1st, 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
What area were you patrolling?
I work Courtroom, which is Huebner, Vance Jackson, Bandera, 1604, La Cantera Parkway, Medical Center.
Now, is San Antonio broken up into segments or districts?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're on duty as a patrolman, are you the only patrolman on duty?
No,
No, so there's multiple.
there's about 6 per side. There's 3 sides in Peru. There's about 6 to 7 patrolmen in each side.
Okay, and what were the hours of your shift on June 1st, 2025?
1:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m.
Okay, and are you familiar with a case under San Antonio Police Department 25110099?
Yes, ma'am.
What case is that?
An aggravated robbery.
How did you become involved in that case?
I was dispatched.
What time approximately were you dispatched?
4 p.m. 4:27 p.m. I believe it was close to the afternoon.
Are you familiar with a document called a key card?
Yes.
If you saw a key card, would that information be contained within?
Yes, 100%.
Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Officer Benavides, I am showing you what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A. Will you please refresh your memory regarding what time you were dispatched and let me know when you're done?
Take your sweet time. Nothing but time. Thanks, Josh. They are going to be back on this trial later this afternoon, so we're going to probably stick with this one to the verdict.
A little different from how I see it, but approximately 17:49,
In non-military time, what time is that?
5:49 p.m.
5:49. Do you recall where you were dispatched?
Yes, ma'am. 4047 Days of All Road.
Okay, and what kind of location is that?
It was a shopping center, like a little strip mall, and it was JC's Alteration gift shop.
And is that in Bear County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, so when you arrived to the scene, what did you observe?
When I arrived to the scene, there was a few people outside the location. They were moving some stuff, but they flagged me down. They were waving at me.
Started speaking with them. They had told me about the incident that, somebody came in demanding money, pointed a gun. And I spoke to witnesses and they kind of started telling me what happened.
Okay, I'm gonna pause you there. May I approach on?
Yes.
Okay. Officer, I'm gonna hand you what have been pre-market states exhibit 9 through 12. Can you please take a look at them?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, this is the location.
Do you recognize them?
Yes.
How
Yes.
how do you recognize them? How do you recognize them?
Just from the day that I was there.
Are
That was
they-
the store?
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the scene on June 1st, 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, state would move to admit what had been marked as States Exhibit 9 through 12.
Any objections? All right, States Exhibit 9 through 12 are admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
We just have to imagine these ones. We'll see like a tiny bit of it in the corner of the screen up there, maybe. I don't know. That's all we see.
Okay, Officer Benavidez, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 9. Do you see the black door in this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
What does it say on that door?
JC's gift shop?
And do you see an address on this photo?
Yes, 4427 Days of All Road?
Okay, and this is the location you responded to?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
Okay, and then States Exhibit 10, what is this in this photo? If we can get it.
That is the inside of the store.
Okay, and what do we see in this area?
You see a bunch of things packed up, kind of what I was saying earlier when I first arrived. They were moving out. They were packing up.
Okay, and can you tell in this photo where this photo was taken?
I believe as soon as you enter the store, maybe a couple feet in.
Okay. In States Exhibit 11, can you tell us what's in this photo?
Just more things. It's towards the right side of the store, if I remember correctly.
Toward the right side? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. From the entrance.
Ooh, okay. And then States Exhibit 12, can you tell what that is?
Yes, ma'am. It's the entrance or exit of the store.
So is that the direction opposite of what we saw in States Exhibit 10?
Which one was
States Exhibit 10 is at the door. And is this a view of from the other side of the store?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so what did you do when you arrived?
So I began speaking with the caller and some of the witnesses. From what I remember, it came out as a gun disturbance. I was told that a gentleman was there, demanded money because he was working with them to help them move out.
Yes, Your Honor. You're safe.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
We can't talk about what people said, but we can talk about generally what you did. Okay, so you got there and you spoke with individuals. Do you recall the names of the people you spoke with?
The main caller, I believe, was Miss Janice. I don't recall last name. And then the other two witnesses were Daphne and Alicia.
Even a blind
And again,
squirrel
I don't
finds
remember
a
their
nut
last names.
every once in a while.
So right. In your, I guess, investigation, did you develop suspect information?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How did you develop this suspect information?
From one of the witnesses who said they knew the suspect because she had actually asked them to help.
Sustained.
When you arrived, did you observe any suspect on the scene?
No.
No. Did you learn a suspect name?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do next?
I investigated the name and I found somebody closely matching that description with the same name.
And what did you do after that?
I put it out over the air and on our computer for other officers to be on the lookout for that person.
What further involvement did you have in this case?
I called the follow-up unit, which was the night CID, to inform them of what happened, and they came out to do further investigation and interviews.
And what does that stand for, night CID?
I don't know, honestly.
Might it be criminal investigation?
Oh, yes, yes. Night Criminal Investigation
Objection,
Division.
leading.
Okay.
Might
You
it
recall
be-
the name of the night CID that came out that night?
Yes, ma'am. It was Detective Landrum.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense, any questions?
Yes. So, officer. So you were not at, you were not present when this supposed crime happened.
No, sir.
Right. And when you got there, did anyone seem to have been assaulted?
No, sir.
No one at all?
No, sir.
So there was no ambulance or medical personnel or fire trucks there to render aid to anyone who had been assaulted?
That's correct. No EMS was called.
So the knowledge that you gained about what happened came from the witnesses that were there?
Correct.
Did you have any reason to believe that they could? Did you feel they were being truthful?
Yes.
Did you notice any inconsistencies in their statements?
Not that I recall.
When you interviewed them, did you interview them all together or did you separate them?
All separately.
Dispatch said that testified yesterday and said that at 1749, a call was made by a gentleman. Did you contact any gentlemen when you made it to the scene?
There was a couple gentlemen on the scene. They were, I guess, helping the victims and witnesses, but I didn't gather their information. They really didn't have anything else to say. There was no, I guess, since they didn't witness the crime, there's no further information to gather from them.
So both these gentlemen told you that they did not witness this alleged crime?
I can't say that. I can't recall.
Did you interview these gentlemen?
I believe so. I talked to them briefly just to see what was going on, and they just pointed me to the victim and witnesses.
Okay, so is it your regular practice not to gather witness information when you collect statements from them?
Yes, but I don't believe there were witnesses.
Did you collect a statement from them?
No.
So they didn't give you any. Okay, switch gears a little bit. This is reported as an aggravated robbery, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For it to be aggravated robbery, I'm under the impression that something has to have been stolen or.
Objection, defense is testifying.
Sustained.
Right, that will be sustained to the form of the question.
Brad, I need pictures. You rode zebras?
Was there anything stolen?
No, sir.
So there was no property relieved from the owners at all?
No.
I really want to go back to the gentleman that you interacted with. You interacted with them, but you did not collect a statement, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
That'll be overruled. You can answer that question.
Ask the question again.
These gentlemen that were on scene when you got there, you did not collect a statement from them, or you did?
I talked to them briefly. I didn't collect a formal statement from them.
Why?
It just wasn't pertinent to the case. I needed to
Even a
talk to the witnesses and the
blind
victims that
squirrel
had more
finds a
information.
nut every once in a while.
These gentlemen were there helping them move, correct?
Yes.
So they would have been there, correct?
From what I can gather or remember, they weren't there at the time, or they weren't present when the incident occurred. They were lifting all the heavy things inside the U-Haul, so they weren't inside the store when it happened.
And I don't mean to sound, I want. Is that your regular practice for when there's an aggravated robbery?
My practice is to gather statements from any witnesses or victims that's relevant to the case.
Did these gentlemen say that they did not want to have their statements taken?
No.
So when you spoke to them, did they tell you that they were not inside, that they were outside, or?
Objection calls for hearsay.
That will be sustained.
Okay, when you spoke to them, were you inside the store or outside the store?
Outside, if I recall correctly.
Excuse me?
Outside, if I recall correctly.
Did the witnesses or the victims interact with them during this time when you were interviewing with them? Any?
I don't remember.
Was there any weapon found in the scene anywhere?
No.
What kind of perimeter search, protocol do y'all have in regards to this? Is there any?
As far as searching for a weapon?
Yes.
I mean, just the immediate scene.
Just like. So you speak to them to learn if they were inside or out?
Again, if I remember correctly, I just spoke to them what was going on. They flagged me down and they just pointed me to the right direction of who to talk to about what was going on.
Neither one of them said that they called the police?
Can't say I recall.
Did you have on your body cam?
Yes.
Was it active and recording?
Yes.
When you spoke to these gentlemen?
Yes.
Your Honor, we
I like him twiddling his thumbs as he's waiting. Oh my goodness. I just caught that. It's like any day now.
when you contacted the victims and this crime, alleged crime, did they tell you it was gun involved?
Yes.
Okay, and did they describe the gun to you?
I believe so, yes.
And what was their description?
It was silver.
I would have to look at my report.
Ask the state for a copy of his report.
Yeah, they're going to.
Thank you very much. It's very professional. I appreciate that.
Thank you. It's very professional. Well, this is their job. That's what they do, as opposed to you, who are pro se. He's acting the part of a trial puppet with his elbow counsel.
Mark this
firmly
Yes,
inserted.
I think, has this report previously been marked or no?
No, Your Honor.
All right, yes.
And can I approach the witness for
Yes.
his recollection to this report?
Yes. If you'll have the court reporter mark it. Let's do this. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a 2-minute break so that everything can be marked, and then it'll move along at a different pace. So everyone, please rise for the jurors.
How many pairs of cuffs is he carrying? He's got one in front. I thought he had one in back. I like that type of blammy holster. But what's that second thing? So he's got what's right next to his taser there on his waist? Is that a knife? Is he carrying a knife? Like a Talon type style knife? We're going to fast forward because we can. We're just marking exhibits right now. Let's see if she comes back. Oops. He's just chilling. There we go.
We're ready.
Is that a knife? That is a knife. He's got like a Talon knife on him. Like a curved. Is that standard issue in San Antonio? Can somebody tell me? I didn't think cops carried knives like that. Maybe it's like a seatbelt cutter or something. Susie's seatbelt cutter. It's a box opener. Just a straight edge razor. Can somebody find that?
All right, everyone, please be seated.
Send me a link to it.
And defense, it is still your witness.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
Officer, I'm sorry. Can you repeat your name for this?
Officer Benavides.
Officer Benavides, can you point out to me on there where you spoke to the two gentlemen outside?
Ayden's mom is door.
For the record, that's your report, correct?
Wait, well, first, for the record, is that your report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so can you tell me on there where you documented speaking to the two gentlemen outside?
It's not on here.
Is it not on there because
didn't happen?
You didn't put it on there?
That's correct. Like I mentioned earlier, I only put things that are relevant to the case. I don't put every single step of the day, the weather.
So you don't think that it's relevant that two men that are moving furniture from this shop to the U-Haul outside is relevant to an aggravated robbery that took place on this scene?
Well, like I mentioned, they're not witnesses or victims.
They're workers for the supposed victim in this crime.
Ooh, argumentative.
That's correct.
So why would you take their interview? Why wouldn't you interview them?
I think this is the knife right here.
Because again, they're not victim or witnesses.
Why does a cop need one of those? That's
Are you
not a
aware
seatbelt
that
knife.
it was a man who made the call?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that the 911 caller never saw a gun?
Repeat that again?
Are you aware that the 911 caller never saw a gun?
I have to see the call for service again. All I know is it came out as a disturbance gun, so there obviously was a gun involved.
Okay, so if there's a gun involved and nothing was stolen, what do you put together as an officer?
Just because there's no gun involved, nothing was stolen, doesn't mean it's not a robbery.
So it's just because no gun. Excuse me.
Stop. He said, just because there's no gun involved. Stop right there. You've gained a little bit of ground. Blind squirrel.
So just so we're clear, there was no gun on the scene, didn't find a gun, and there was nothing stolen.
That is correct.
That's all for right now, Your Honor.
State,
No further questions, Your Honor. This witness is excused by the state.
is this witness excused?
Very good.
Okay. All right, the rule has been invoked. That means you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone or view anything about this trial until this trial has been concluded. Just make sure you're available if either party decides to recall you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if
Look
you
at his
leave the
knife when he
square
stands up.
microphone behind, I don't know if you put that on. Yes, if you'll leave that behind. And if you'll give the exhibit to the court reporter.
Here you go, ma'am.
When he stands up, you can see that knife on his belt with that right next to his taser. He's got 2 pairs of handcuffs and then a
And state, you can
Towel.
call your next witness.
Judge will call Miss Alyssa Ramirez.
Okay, that was actually a big win by the defense. Getting the police to admit there was no knife, or excuse me, there was no gun. Part of this charge is that he used a firearm as a felon. So we'll see. Step right up. We are keeping our ear to the ground, listening for updates on the Nancy Guthrie case out of Arizona. Let you know what we hear.
If you raise your right hand for me, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. If you put on the little microphone, it's square. It's for the court reporter to be able to hear. All right, and if you'll state your name for the... All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Now, your name is Alyssa Ramirez?
Yes.
How do you spell your...
Why did they mute her name out? Judge.
Through working with him that day, or those days that we worked with Miss Janice.
Okay. What days were those, if you remember?
It was back in June, April, May, at the end of May, early June.
Okay. And where were y'all working at?
We were helping her clear out her alteration business. She was moving it to a storage, and we were just helping her with it.
Okay.
She needed help.
And let's just clarify that. When you say you're working for her, who do you mean?
Oh, for Janice, the owner of the alteration.
Okay. And where was that? Where's the alteration place at?
It was on De Zavala and Indian Woods, I think it is.
Okay. What was the name of it?
JC's Alterations.
Okay. All right. So, how long do you work with Mr. Ross over at JC's Alterations?
It was just a total of 3 days. 3 days.
Okay. What were y'all employed to work on?
Just to move all her stuff to a storage, and that was just clearing out her entire building. That's what that was the task to be completed.
Okay. Any kind of problems between anybody those 3 days?
There was problems between James and another girl that was working with us, Dawn. They kind of butted heads a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's
Nothing between James and Miss Janice Jones?
during the time of us working. Well, after the 3 days, yes, it was.
Okay. Well, let's go to that. Let's go to the events of June 1st.
Okay.
Walk us through, how did everything go down with Mr. Ross that day?
Okay, so it began the prior day. Because Miss Janice had told us when we started working for her, she had made it clear to us that
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, non-responsive.
Right, that'll be sustained.
So when I'm asking you what's going on, we can't talk about what other people have told us, what other people said. It's just what you have personal knowledge of. Is that kind of, so we can't say like, this person told me, it's like, no. It's like only what we know. Does that make sense?
right.
Okay.
Okay, so what was the question?
All right. So tell us about June 1st. What happened?
On June 1st, when we were working in the helping her clear out her business, James had come in because he wanted to get paid. But she said she was gonna pay when the job was finished. So he came in and basically just demanded that she pay him. And he pulled out a gun. And I went behind the chair.
Narrative.
All right, that'll be overruled.
So going back, so you said he pulled a gun. What happened next?
He told her I want my money. And
And by her, you mean?
oh, I'm sorry. He told Miss Janice I want my money.
Okay.
And I mean, he picked up Dawn and kind of tossed her aside. And
Dawn, what is Dawn's name or Dawn's full name?
Daphne Smith.
Okay.
And then I just went and hid behind a chair. And I called 911. And then he came up to the chair and he moved it and he said, "Didn't I work hard for this lady yesterday?" And I said, yeah, we all worked hard. And then he said, "Did she pay me?" And I said, "No, not yet." And then he went back to Miss Janice and he said, "I want my money." And I think he said by tonight or something. I don't know. He said he'll be back. And then he left.
Okay. When you called 911, what did you do with the phone?
I sat on it. I was scared that he was going to know that I called. So I sat on my phone and then I would just like get up so that way maybe they could hear what was going on and that they would just see my GPS location and show up.
So you basically, did you call 911, set the phone down, and then talk to them afterwards?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was too scared to talk to them during
Okay.
I didn't want him to know I called.
How concerned were you that Mr. Ross would notice that you had called 911?
I was pretty scared to where I was afraid, should I call? I was actually deciding, should I call or not? Because if he finds out that I called, say my phone's really loud and they say, "What's your emergency?" Then what if he shoots me? So I was scared that he might kill me if he finds out that I called 911. So when he moved the chair, I was like, oh my gosh, he found out. I thought he found out that I called because I had my phone underneath my leg. And he didn't. He said, "Didn't I work hard for this lady yesterday?" That was a relief because I was like, oh man, I thought he was, in my head, I was thinking, I thought that he knew I called and he was going to shoot me right now. So I was looking down at the floor. I didn't want to look up at him because I thought he was going to shoot me. I just stayed looking at the floor. And so then I was relieved and I said, yes, we all worked hard, which we did work hard. But yeah.
When did you point the firearm at you?
When he said, "I'm not playing with you two white."
Your Honor. Judge, that's an open-ended question.
Excuse me. That'll be sustained.
When he pointed it at me was just when he said, "I'm not playing with you two white bitches either." And that's what he told me and Daphne. And like I said, I was just looking down. I didn't want to look up. Once he saw the gun being pointed at us, I just looked down at the floor.
Can you describe the firearm to the best of your ability?
I want to say it was like a revolver, I think, with the turny thing, you know, where it turns. And it was like a gunmetal, like a dark gray.
Okay.
So we had dark gray and silver.
Definitely was not black. It was gray.
Where on your body did he point it?
He just pointed it like towards, like he didn't get close. He just pointed it at me. Like he was pointing at me and her. Like when he said, "You two white," he just pointed it at me and then pointed it at her.
Was there any question in your mind that it was pointed in your direction?
Oh yeah. I mean, it was definitely pointed in our direction. Yeah.
Okay. How did that make you feel?
I was scared. I was really scared. But I just stayed looking at the ground because I was like, oh my gosh, if he shoots me, I didn't want to look up. I couldn't look up.
Well, Alyssa, I gotta ask, if you were looking at the ground, how could you see him point the gun at you?
Oh no, that's when I looked at the ground. When he pointed the gun at me is when I went like that and I looked down at the ground.
because I wasn't gonna sit there and stare at him, while he's pointing the gun at me. So I just looked down at the ground after he pointed it. I just went like that and I looked down at the ground. I never thought of what it would feel like if somebody pointed a gun at me and how I would react, but I couldn't do anything but just look away from it once I saw it pointed in my direction or at me. Yeah.
Okay. When did Mr. Ross leave?
Right after pretty much like 15 seconds after he had told me, didn't I work hard for this lady yesterday? Then he went back to Miss Janice and he said, I want my money. I'll be back. And then he left right after that.
Did you see him leave?
Yeah. I didn't see which direction. I saw him walk out, but I didn't see which direction he went or who picked him up or anything like that.
Did he leave the firearm at the location?
No, not that I know. I mean, no. I believe he actually put it back in his pants.
Okay. I was gonna ask, did you see when he first pulled it? Where did he pull it from?
So I can't remember if he pulled it from the front or the back. But I just remember him pulling it like I just saw it come out and I said, oh my gosh, he's got a gun. I can't remember if it's the back or the front. And that's honest. I can't
probably
remember.
the front.
That's okay.
Because he seems like
Judge, we'll pass the witness.
He's smart
Defense?
like that. Being owed the money does not give you the right to rob your employer, whether or not she owed you money.
Hello. Wow. All right. So I want to go back before this alleged incident a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Let things calm down a little bit. That's okay with you?
That's right.
So how many days actually did you work with the defendant?
3 days?
Was it 3 or 2?
Thought it was 3, but I guess the third day was the day that the defendant didn't show up. Or that third day would have been the day. The third day was the day with the gun, I guess.
I like how they're all doing third person.
So it's the defendant's understanding that he only worked there for 2 days. Okay. So the first day, do you remember the first day?
I remember the first day, yeah.
Can you tell us about the first day without going into too much detail? Like, what was the task being completed on the first day?
We were just packing up her things. I think we were trying to get the U-Haul. We hadn't gotten it yet. We were trying to get it.
Who was trying to get it?
Melvin or Marvin and Claire. We're trying to get the U-Haul.
Sure.
Yeah, and Daphne, and she was trying to get the U-Haul. Me and Daphne went over and met Claire and Melvin at the U-Haul place. And
Which U-Haul place?
I think it was over there off of Days of Vala, or it was off of I-10 somewhere. I wasn't the one who drove, but I think it was off of I-10 somewhere.
How far was it from shop that this U-Haul place that y'all went to? Was that
Maybe like, I think it was like 4 miles, maybe 3 miles, 4 miles. Maybe. I'm not really.
how long did it take
Took a long.
Daphne to get the U-Haul the first day?
Took a long time. A long time. I remember it taking a long time.
Did she actually get the U-Haul on the first day?
I had to leave to work on the first day, so I didn't stay. On that first day, I only worked so many hours. The next day, the U-Haul was there. So I wasn't there present when the U-Haul actually got there.
Next day, you don't remember the U-Haul being there, just when you got there?
Just when I got there the next day, it was there.
Okay. What time did you get there the second day?
Carl?
Carl?
I don't recall what time I got there. I really don't. It was sometime. I think it was like around 11 or something. It wasn't early. Everybody else was already there.
What do you recall the vibe like in the, the area where everybody was working at?
It was okay.
Did you feel threatened by the defendant in any way?
I did not at that time. No.
Did you feel that Ms. Janice did?
Judge,
No.
I don't object to that. There's no way that the witness knows what another person is feeling.
All right, legal objection.
Speculative.
Your
That
Honor,
would- yes.
I need a little bit of latitude here so that we can ascertain the complete vibe of the place.
All right, so the state's objection to speculation will be sustained.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I need latitude.
The first or the second day,
did you observe?
you notice the defendant have any disagreements with Ms. Janice?
On that first or second, on those days, no.
So there was no conflict with, was it like a happy time?
At the end of the second day was when the defendant,
No, we're not talking about
okay,
the second day. We're talking about during work, when work.
during the work, no. During the work, no.
As to the quality of the work, did the defendant, how was his work ethic?
It was good. It was very well. I mean, the work ethic was good.
And you said you didn't feel threatened by him at all.
Not at that time.
So at the end of the second day, you and the defendant actually were, before the meeting at the shop at the end of the second day, at the storage unit, do you recall?
Yes.
Right.
Is that right? Sorry. Is that when you when Daphne went and crying? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. I remember that, yeah.
Okay, so do you remember a gentleman and another lady being there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what they were doing?
You and I, or sorry, the defendant and I had gotten chairs down for them to sit down because they're older in age.
So was that an idea of yours or was it the idea of the defendant?
I think it was an idea of the defendants.
To
Let them sit down.
So that
Right.
they didn't hurt themselves coming in and out the truck, right?
Right.
So you and the defendant pretty much unloaded the whole truck.
Mostly, yeah. Yeah. Mostly.
Okay. So we're gonna move forward to the end of the second day when the truck was returned to the shop. Okay. Do you recall everybody who was there?
Yes. I believe so. I was the defendant, myself, Miss Janice, Claire, and Melvin. Or Marvin. I don't remember the name. It was Marvin or Melvin.
Was Daphne there?
I don't believe so. I mean, she had already she had showed up before we did.
Mhm.
And talked to Miss Janice.
Was she alone?
Was who alone?
Was Daphne by herself or was there another male that accompanied her?
I don't remember. Maybe. Oh, I'm not sure who it was. Eddie, maybe somebody else. I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
You recall that she was not by herself.
I don't really recall whether she was by herself or not, to be honest. I don't.
So before the first day of work, do you recall a male being there accompanying Daphne then?
Yes, she was. Yes, yeah.
Do you recall his name?
Eddie.
Eddie?
Yeah.
Okay. What was going on with Eddie and Daphne at the time when everybody was beginning work?
They were having an argument, like a fight. Like he was there slowing down her working because he was telling her, what happened last night? How come you didn't come back? It was personal problems, personal issues with each other.
Would you say, were they drug-related problems? Drugs
I
involved?
don't think so.
Judge, I have to object to that. We're getting into the possible criminality of witnesses that I don't think are even involved.
All right, and the legal objection, just 1 second. If I could have the legal objection, please.
Judge, we'd object to relevance and also improper impeachment.
All right, that would be sustained.
Thank you, Judge.
Rephrase.
Not rephrase. I think you have to avoid this one altogether.
So at the beginning of work, Evan and the gentleman are there, having a dispute in front of Ms. Janice, correct?
Judge, I'm gonna have to object to relevance here. What's happening between two people who are not involved? I don't see where it's going in regards to the witness.
Your Honor, I need a little bit.
Yes, okay, so everyone, this is what we're gonna do. I will hear objections. Once I've heard the objection, then I can hear the response, and it goes for both sides, and then I'll make a ruling. So, State, what is your legal objection?
Our objection is the Texas Rule of Evidence 403, which is relevance. I fail to see how this has any kind of probative value as to the credibility of this witness or to other witnesses or to any kind of defensive theory that they could put forth.
All right, defense, how is this relevant?
It's relevant, Your Honor, because it gives the character of the witness who claims to have seen a weapon.
All right, with regards to
drugs being involved, if she was on drugs, then it's possible that she could be like over.
all right, I will tell you, at this time, the court is going to sustain the objection to relevancy. It may become relevant at a point in time, but for now, the objection to relevancy will be sustained. All right, thank you.
And Judge, if we may approach real quick.
Yes.
She's doing a great job getting all her work done and ruling appropriately on the case. We're going to zip ahead a little bit. Witness is intrigued by the whole process. There we go. All right, sidebar's over. Y'all can sit down. I think we're waiting for the jury. They're either going in or out right now.
All right, I'm Mr. Ross.
Your Honor, I'm not asking about convictions.
No. Let me say this, and then I'll hear it. The state filed a motion. And let me just tell you what that motion is.
There's a motion in limine.
And if my interpretation of it is incorrect, please let me know. The motion in limine, Mr. Ross, is that you are not allowed to question witnesses about any prior bad acts. So that includes any alleged drug use. You're not allowed to question them about criminal history. The only way that can be done, because I've ruled in the state's favor in this way.
As if they open the door.
With regards to the motion in limine, there are to be no questions about those subjects. If you want to ask the witness a question about that subject, you need to let the court know before that's done. And this is the only thing I will say. You will need to ask to approach and then it needs to be heard outside the presence of the jury, because the jury is not allowed to hear things that are included in motions in limine. So I want you to review the state's motion in limine. So there will be no violations of the motion in limine. And then if there is something that you feel in that motion in limine that you need to ask a witness, it needs to be done outside the presence of the jury so that the court can make a ruling whether or not it can be asked in the presence of the jury. Do you understand? All right, so does anyone have a copy of the motion in limine?
I believe he did it orally, Judge.
It was an oral motion from the judge.
If you could repeat, and for the record, this is outside the presence of the jury, if you could repeat the oral motion in limine.
Judge, to the best of my recollection, it was a motion in limine to bar any kind of questions or testimony regarding criminal acts, be they convictions or alleged criminal acts in front of the jury.
All right, so criminal acts, convictions. Just one moment, I want you to internalize what they're saying so that there will be no violations of the motion in limine. Now, criminal acts, Mr. Ross, may include drug use. this is what I can tell you. This witness, the questions you were asking this witness concerning drug use, was it about this witness's alleged drug use or someone else?
Someone else.
All right, so the court is going to find, and I've already ruled that it's irrelevant at this point in time. So I'm gonna sustain their objection to relevancy, and you're not allowed to question this witness about any alleged bad acts of other witnesses until the court deems that it's relevant. At this time, the court is finding that it's not relevant.
Correct.
And Judge, we would ask that if they may instruct the jury to disregard the defendant's previous questions.
I will instruct the jury.
Thank you,
Now,
Judge.
with regards to this witness,
No, she just muted everything. She's struggling with the audio today. I am keeping an eye out on the press conference that's about to begin in Arizona.
Gun. So if they say the gun was dark gray and they own drugs, like
with regards to cross-examination, you are not allowed to just ask any question that there's not any real basis for it. For example, a witness just can't be called and defense in the state will tell you. It's the question that people ask. So have you stopped beating your wife? And there's nothing that's based in. You're just throwing things at a witness. According to the rules and according to ethics, you cannot call a witness and your sole purpose is just to ask them questions that has no basis in anything. It's just serving as embarrassment. You understand?
right, and I don't mean to embarrass you.
So you are not allowed to ask her that question. And at this point in time, the court is going to find that it's not relevant.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, meanwhile, I'm going to show you this while this is going on. This podium is just a mess of microphones just being taped to piled on each other. It's like a fire hazard as this as the press conference in Arizona is getting closer. Wow.
Probably clear-headed that day.
Here's the thing, I am not allowed
Okay,
to
yeah.
give you legal, yes. Okay.
No more questions. No, I'm good.
All right,
Press
let's bring the
conference is
jurors
for
back in.
Nancy Guthrie, missing out of Arizona. The missing mom case.
Jury?
All right, again, I'm a guess.
Yeah, we're gonna watch the press conference. We're gonna see if we can bring that to you. It's supposed to start at 1. Usually they start late. It's 1:04 right now, so. Let's pause what we're doing right here with Judge Boyd, since we're on replay anyway, and hold tight just for a minute so we can get this press conference. Let's see. For those that don't know what's going on here in this Nancy Guthrie case, this is a woman who went missing out of basically her bed. 84-year-old woman who went missing out of her bed. I think on Sunday or Saturday night. Didn't show up at church on Sunday morning. Her church, she's very active in that church. Basically called and said there's something wrong. She's always here, and they went and found disturbing evidence at the home that shows that she might not have been a willing participant in wherever she went, but she's not there. Her phone was gone. Her pacemaker disconnected from the wireless monitoring. There may be blood on the doorstep area, and there's a lot of questions. Her daughter is a famous TV personality. That's probably why this case got the attention it got right now. The family just last night released on Instagram a message saying, "We know we've heard there's basically a ransom note asking for X number of millions in Bitcoin to be deposited in return for the return of the mother." They say, "We're working on it. We're doing everything we can here, but we need 100% proof of life," is what they asked for. And they made this video with the top investigator from the FBI, who was assigned to the case, present in the home at the time, basically. So this is with the FBI working with them. They made this response video. Obviously, it's to everyone, but their goal is to get it to the person who is holding the mom captive. So crazy case. We don't know a lot of information. There's been a lot of speculation. There's been a lot of people saying, is this an inside job? You know, it seems strange, right? There was, her cell phone was left there. The house didn't appear to be, that we know of, really ransacked, other than the Ring doorbell was removed from the door. Yeah. Interesting. Doesn't make logical sense for a stranger involved. I would say that's the way I'm leaning as well. I know there's been speculation about close or distant relatives, but I don't think there's anything official on that note. The police, I think, have gone so far as to say that we have not named a suspect, and speculating on that would be inappropriate this time during the investigation. So there are concerns because...
Check 1, 2, 3.
It's working, sir. We can hear you. Yeah. There are concerns because we'll keep watching. I'll keep that going in the corner. There are concerns because she is on medication that she needs, probably heart medication, from what I can hear, where if she doesn't have the medication, it can be life-threatening over time, in a short time, like 24 hours or something. So this is... I have Bitcoin for anyone willing to take someone. Wait, what? What are you saying here, Ivan? Spell this out in crayon for me. Net worth isn't liquid worth, right? I have concerns the press conferences to announce her death. I don't think we've had any indication of her death. Look at it this way. If you take someone captive with a ransom note, without being able to prove they're alive, and that's a common request, is proof of life, you have nothing. Why take someone captive if you were going to just kill them? Doesn't really make sense that way. And I realize that, this is in Arizona. It's basically a border state with Mexico. There are, cartel issues and drug things. But this woman was like just the sweetest grandma, attended church every day, the sweetest lady ever. And it doesn't seem that would be the direction it goes. But heart issues and diabetes, I think ransom notes are fake. Unfortunately, we live in a day and age where people see a story like this and try to cash in literally on it with the fake verdict, or the fake ransom note. So it's not a border town, no, but it's a border state. Did I say border town? I meant state. Let's keep an eye on the lectern and the growing pile of microphones. A couple good ones there. Although I also see one, the white one, like, look at this. Look at this right here. The white one right here is not plugged in. There's nothing, these three prongs, that's where the sound comes out. That's an XLR output. That's the handle of a microphone. It's not plugged in. It's just sitting there. It needs to either have a box like this, which is a box like this one, which is a wireless transmitter. Sennheiser, great brand, love them. Or it needs to have a cable like this, which is an XLR cable running back to the audio. This mic is doing nothing at all. other than taking up space. So yeah, 13 News, theirs is plugged in. They've got the blue cable. They're getting audio. We assume 4 and Inside Edition is working. ET, Entertainment, I don't know what that is. Theirs might have a cable. Let's see, 13 News over here, second microphone, wireless. They've doubled up, so they have both a wired and a wireless mic. NBC 12, Arizona, can't really tell what they have, but a couple people have some clamps, some small rigs attached to everything. So, waiting for the Sheriff's Department to come out and give some updates. This is a press update. There have been rumors about family members. I don't have any inside information about that. Entertainment tonight, ET is there. The focus here isn't the microphones. No, we're expecting to hear from the Sheriff's Department with an update here in just a moment. But in the meantime, all we have are microphones. So, but Judy, what are you giving up on? Ivan, Judy, be nice, be nice, be nice.
Okay, so those are the two folks talking today. And it's Yankee for...
We have 5 minutes. We got a 5-minute warning right there. Let's see if we can plug in that last microphone. ET's was working. Paul, will the last mic get plugged in before it starts? You have to be careful because if you knock someone else's mic off, you basically buy it. Let's see, he just grabbed his Sennheiser built-in wireless mic. Took that off the podium.
All right, guys, just a little bit of housekeeping for you. It's not going to go like it did last time, okay? We're going to call each person who checked in the order that you guys checked in. You're going to get one question, one follow-up question. That is it. If things start getting out of hand, we're going to wrap it up, okay? The sheriff is not doing any one-on-one interviews today other than what he has already scheduled, okay? If you need something in Spanish, I will do it directly after this. I'll be over here by this flag. Let me know. And other than that, does anyone have any questions specifically to the press conference? Go ahead.
We can ask questions to also Heath as well.
Yes, just direct your question to who you want it to, okay? Anyone else?
The PIO comes
All right,
out.
I appreciate your guys' patience. Sorry if I haven't responded to your emails. My name's Angelica. I'm sure I've been communicating with a lot of you guys, okay? Thank you.
Right, that's the PIO, the Public Information Officer, setting the terms and the rules of the press conference, letting everybody know what's going to happen, saying it's going to be a little different. Those who have checked in get to ask questions. You get one question and a follow-up. That's it. We're not going to take questions other than that. We're not doing one-on-one interviews with the sheriff afterwards, so don't be pushing for that. They need a mic stand. That's what they need. Follow the rules, people. Yes, here's our little update. This is the press conference. We're going to replace the pin right here for a minute. Just a couple minutes.
Everybody's good?
They're bringing them in. Everyone's good.
Anybody need a white balance?
I could use
Anybody
a
need
white balance.
a white balance? Anybody?
Yeah. Let's do a quick white balance. Because we're...
Okay, so anybody need a white balance?
Yes, thank you.
White
Zoom.
balance real quick.
This
Who
is
said aye? All right.
Zoom in, get a good white balance. I'll just turn the camera off either way. One of the two. Give me a second. We lost the feed completely. White balance is where you set the colors on the camera to be to be perfect. Makes the colors look a little bit better. So white has to look like white on the camera, and it adjusts everything else. You can also do black balances. A little harder. Sometimes when you go to court and you look at somebody holds up, they're wearing a shirt and it looks like it's a yellow shirt, and you know it's white, right? You just know it's white. Paper's held up and it looks yellow. That's because the white balance is off. It has to do with the lighting, the color of the lighting in the room. And you have to adjust inside the camera to make it white again. White balance is over, yeah. Professional cameras have a button on the back that lets you set the white balance. You basically zoom in on something white, and you tell the camera what you're seeing right now is white. And so it adjusts everything to how you want it to look, and then all the other colors are adjusted as well. It was more of a gray balance. I want to get my microphone for a second. Now I could ask my own questions. This is an interesting little microphone right here. This one is
One more thing, we're gonna have a couple of things on the screen. Don't freak out about getting shots of that. We'll send that to you guys, okay? So you guys can have them looking nice, okay?
Thank you.
Yep. If anyone is not on the email list, please email me. It's gonna be pcsdpio@sheriff.fema.gov. Okay?
Amber, you got that?
Yeah.
Be aware that we're going to try to shoot this and put it on the screen.
I will duck.
Thank you.
What was the email address? Somebody tell me again. PCSDPIO at.
Yeah, I'm not really into being on camera.
Is that better? Will that be better if you guys can see that? And I'll stay back. Yeah. Wait, he's here. Wait, hold on. Hold on. He's here. He's here.
Looks like they're coming out.
Not to cover anything, any of these microphones up. Good morning. I hope you've been kind of informed of the rules. That I'm going to try to get as many, if not all of you, an opportunity to ask a question. But last time we tried this, it was just kind of chaotic, people yelling. So I'd ask that you just kind of be patient with me, pay attention to the questions asked, because sometimes you guys want to ask the same question twice, and you're going to get the same answer. So help yourself, get what you can out of this. I'm going to give you one question and a follow-up, okay? But before we get there, I do have some comments. First of all, I want to begin by offering our condolences to our partners at the state. Department of Public Safety's tragically lost 2 members last night in a helicopter crash up in northern Arizona. So if you would keep them in your prayers, Colonel Glover and his team, I'm sure, would have great.
That was the helicopter crash.
Along the same lines, I think you all saw last night, I'm trying to speak up, not yell, because apparently I talk soft. We saw last night the family, they just hurt, understandably so. And so I really want you to know this entire team here, those behind me, and our community are hurting with you. We really just want mom back, okay? Right now, we believe Nancy is still out there. We want her home. Our department, the Sheriff's Department, along with all of our partners at the FBI, have been working around the clock. And we just want her home and find a way to get to the bottom of all of this, just as you do. But I have other partners out there who have stepped up, and you've probably noticed them in the last few days, if not the last few hours, and you're going to see more of that. I made a decision to contact our PCRIT team, and those of you not local, that's our Pima Regional Critical Incident Team. It's made up of law enforcement officers from this entire valley. Pasquayaki Police Department, Tucson Police Department, Marana Police Department, Oro Valley Police Department, Pima College Police Department, Tucson International Police Department, Sarita Police Department. There's so many of them, and they are going to help us tremendously. And that's really done because we have so much in front of us still, and we're hoping that, you know, I know the FBI has committed a very large number of men and women to partner with us, work side by side with us. We go do an interview, they're going to be there with us. We're going to go look at some evidence or process evidence, they're going to be right there with us. We're sharing every piece of information, all the data we can to get this thing solved. And it's important that my partners in law enforcement know and understand their roles, because it is very large, complex investigation with a lot of moving parts. And we're at that phase now where sometimes we're waiting, right? We're waiting for analysis, we're waiting for lab reports. But even then, when they come back quickly, for example, some DNA, we rushed what we thought was the best target for DNA. We did a rush through and got some of that back. The results were minimal.
Fast.
I think you all know of the blood on the porch. That was one we did. It came back to Nancy.
That's important. That's Nancy's blood on the porch.
But there's still more items that have been submitted. We just haven't got them back yet. But in the meantime, we're not just sitting on our haunches waiting. We do have a number of leads coming in, and that's why we brought in the FBI for one, but PCRIT as well, to be able to get out there and handle these leads as they come in as quickly and as expeditiously as we can. And every single lead is looked at, every one of them. And so we're gearing up. You probably have some questions about what you've seen in the last couple of days. I'll gladly answer those at that time. But it really is about getting our partners out there. To be fair, when we went to that scene the first night, Saturday night, it was just us. Since then, the FBI and others have asked, can we go and see it as well? And that's what you've been seeing. But it is a very important case to not just me and my team, but this entire community, all of our law enforcement partners.
Investigators were seen with Cellrite
suspects
equipment there just the other day.
I know there's been a lot out there about suspects, and I want to be very clear. At this time, we have not identified a suspect or a person of interest in this case. We are working our best to do that. But to be clear, we have nobody of interest or any suspects that you would consider a prime suspect. We're just not there. We're not there yet. The timeline, I think we've got it on the board, do we not? This is a timeline that we have been able to develop with some of the things that we've had processed. Various pieces of electronics that we've gathered. And you look at some of this, and I know you're going to say, well, why did it take you so long to get this to us, Sheriff? Well, because one thing, it's got to go out and be processed at different lab sites, and sometimes that stuff comes back to us, and like you, we have questions, and we say, wait a minute, what is this about? What about this? Could it be that? And so it's sent back, or it's sent somewhere else. So, and that's happening with all of the things we see. That process, that review, and that questioning of, all right, what is it we're looking at? So I'll go over it with you. You can see it on the board there, but at about 5:32 p.m., these are approximate times. 5:32 p.m., Nancy travels to her local family's home for dinner and playing games with the family, just visiting. At 9:48 p.m., which is very consistent to what we were told by the family, that Nancy was dropped off at home, and we know that because we have a garage door open at approximately, I can't stress that enough, at approximately 9:48 p.m. At 9:50 p.m., that garage door closes. It is that time we assume that Nancy's home and probably going to bed. Sunday morning, early morning at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnects. At 2:12 a.m., software detects a person on a camera, but there's no video available. They had no subscription, and therefore it would rewrite itself. It just kind of loops, right, and covers up. That's what our analysis teams have told us. We're not done with that. We'll do all we can, but that's what it says. So it detects a person on camera. Could that be an animal? I imagine that's possible. We don't know that. We just have no video. But we're not giving up on that. 2:28. Nancy's pacemaker app shows that it was a disconnect from the phone. And at 11:56 a.m., the family checks on Nancy, discovers her missing, and at 12:03 p.m., 911 is called in to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. I believe it's about approximately 10 minutes later, 12 minutes later, our patrol teams arrive. They see the scene, and we start our response with our search and rescue teams and our detectives from homicide and various units. In fact, every unit here, I think somebody questioned, how come there's an ICAC member out here or this member? Everybody in our criminal investigations team is a part of this team and part of this investigative effort. I think with that, let me make sure. I want to clarify some things that I may have already done, but yeah, I've gone over with the blood at the front door, the doorbell camera. It was removed, we know that, but we're not confirming that any cameras were smashed or destroyed around the house. I don't know where that came from, but that's something we're not confirming. The car, the car that was at the home, it's just standard investigative practices. It's part of the search warrant scene, court orders. We pull it out of there and do our scene processing with the vehicle. That was at the home, it's just standard investigative practices. It's part of the search warrant scene, court orders. We pull it out of there and do our scene processing with the vehicle. Uber, we did speak to a driver because Nancy, we learned, had been taken the Uber to the family residence, the daughter, for dinner. And we located that driver and spoke with them and got that information. The house, you guys got this, I think, conducting follow-up. I think you said somebody had mentioned that they saw a team out there again last night or yesterday, and that's just, again, what I was talking about before. Our partners wanted a chance to see it and examine things themselves, and more importantly, it's just we're constantly following up on things and go, hey, what about this? So we want to go back and check on some things. Here's the other thing. Someone had mentioned there was forced entry. I have no clue where that comes from. We have been very consistent. We are not discussing that at all, whether it's forced entry or not forced entry. That is something we're just not discussing. So I don't know where anybody got that information.
Doesn't mean there wasn't, just means they haven't talked about it.
I think I am about done with my piece of this. I'm going to bring up here Heath Yankee, and I think you know him if you haven't been here. John Edwards is the assistant agent in charge with the FBI here at the Tucson office. Heath Yankee is the special agent in charge for the state of Arizona out of Phoenix, and he will come up and speak.
Thank you, Sheriff. Hello, I'm Heath Yankee, the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Phoenix Division. First, I want to let the Guthrie family know that our hearts are heavy for them. After seeing your message last night, it is clear that you and your family are in pain. Please know that we are doing everything to bring your mother home. The FBI is now working this case jointly with the Pima County Sheriff's Department, and we're going to start today by announcing a $50,000 reward for information leading to the recovery of Nancy Guthrie and or the arrest and conviction of anyone involved in her disappearance, and this will be the missing persons with the reward that will be going out. The FBI has agents, analysts, and professional staff employees working day and night with our partners at the Sheriff's Department. We have deployed additional intelligence and agents from our Phoenix office. We have brought in our Critical Incident Response Group from Quantico, Virginia. Members from our Cellular Analysis Survey team are here, and they continue to collect and process digital information. We are actively reviewing and analyzing information from all digital sources, which includes banks, social media companies, phone companies, and any other organizations where a digital footprint could have been captured. All this information provides data points and helps put the picture together. And we will be in the community continuing to conduct a thorough investigation with our partners. You heard about us out there last night. We will be back out there today. I would ask the media, give our investigators the space to do their jobs while they're out there. Next, regarding the ransom letter. We are aware of a ransom letter that was sent to the local media and then to national outlets. As with every lead, we are taking it seriously. We are in communication with the family, and while we advise and recommend from a law enforcement perspective, any action taken on any ransom is ultimately decided by the family. Thank you to those in the community that have called in tips. For anyone out there that may have information, no matter how small you think it may be, please report it. You can do so by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at tips.fbi.gov. My next message is to those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation. We will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions. We have made one arrest related to an imposter ransom demand, and a complaint will be presented to a magistrate judge later today. You will get more on that from the FBI and our U.S. Attorney's Office here in Arizona when it becomes available. To anyone that may be involved, do the right thing. This is an 84-year-old grandma. This is an 84-year-old grandma that needs vital medication for her well-being. You still have the time to do the right thing before this becomes a worse, much worse scenario for you. Please return Nancy home. Thank you.
Alright, so you wanna call me or
You can call them up.
Okay, so the first person we're gonna start with the list is gonna be NBC National, Liz Prince.
Right here. Can you walk us through that timeline from when you believe, if you look at this here, from 147 to 228, what you think happened there, and what particular software would have detected somebody on camera?
Yeah, I don't. I know we know the software that was there. But I'm not. Sorry, I'm just not in the weeds. I know that. Think of your doorbell cameras. Somebody walks up. My wife's. If I walk up, she gets an alert, and it's usually something like that. A person's detected.
So to understand the follow one, does that mean that it was about a 45-minute span that this suspect or suspects would have been on the property? And then also, does this essentially mean that you cooperated with the tech companies and you can officially say that no surveillance video is available from the home?
We know that the tech company that we sent that camera off to, yes, they've said they've run out of ways to recover any video.
Next person's going to be ABC News, Aaron Katersky.
Yeah. I'm sorry, was what 45 minutes?
Can we say it's about a 45-minute span that somebody would have been on the property then, from 147 to 228?
Yeah, I think those times speak for themselves, and it is about, like I say, those are approximates, so yes. I'm sorry, who was next, did you say?
Hi, Sheriff. Thanks very much. Is there information that you are purposefully withholding because of the active investigation that might be leading you in a particular direction?
You know, this is no different than any criminal investigation that we conduct here. Law enforcement has conducted investigations since 1865 here in Pima County. We're always mindful of what it is that's in front of us and what we should release and can release. There's legal guidelines that guide us, but there's also strategy too. So, you know, I'll leave that for you to determine.
Now that you are having such an injection of manpower from the Pima critical incident team and the FBI, would you slow to bring that in at the outset? Should all of these resources been brought to bear sooner?
I guess that you know, it's Monday morning quarterbacking. I do it all the time, so you have the opportunity to do it for me. I'll take that hit.
CBS News, Jonathan Vigliotti.
Sheriff, over here, has there been any proof of life, and has there been any sign of life?
I'm going to, anything to deal with the ransom notes and that, I would defer to the FBI, but no, to my knowledge, we're still looking for Nancy.
The FBI is working with the family on that.
Special agent, what was it about this apparent ransom note that now 3 days on, you first haven't been able to validate, and second, it warranted informing the Guthries of its existence?
So the ransom note that was sent out there, obviously every lead in this case we are taking extremely serious.
But not everyone is presented to the family. Why this one?
Because this was the ransom that came in and it had facts associated with a deadline, with a monetary value they were asking for. So at that point...
What were some of those facts, if you can, because there's been a lot of speculation, as you know, if you could set the record straight.
Yeah, the ransom itself, one talked about an Apple Watch and one talked about a floodlight. We're not going to go into specifics. It's very important that we keep this investigation moving forward, and we don't want to put more facts out there that others then can use to try to profit from this.
Who else would know about an Apple Watch?
Ed Lavandera.
Agent, I want to follow up with you real quick on that. There have been, as far as we know, I think 3 ransom notes so far, 1 arrest. Are they all different? Do you think there's different authors behind all of them, or?
So the one that went to the media is the one we were currently investigating and working on. The imposter that I talked about, where an arrest was made early this morning, that there will be more information. We believe there's no evidence to connect this to Nancy's case. It was someone that was trying to profit from it, a total imposter.
And Sheriff, you started off the press conference by saying you believe that Nancy is still out there. Do you have reason to believe that she's still out there alive, or are you fearful of the worst case scenario here, that she won't be found alive?
Well, I'm certainly fearful of that. I think we all are. But it is we operate from a position that until we know she's out there, she's alive, and we're going to continue thinking that way until we find her.
Fox Digital, Mike Reese.
Yeah, sir. Mike Reese from Fox Digital. Sheriff, you said you've identified no suspects. Have you ruled out anyone she was with on Saturday night?
You know, we've talked to so many. I'm sure that my investigators have feelings about this one's clear or this one isn't. But no, I wouldn't say anybody's ruled out yet, because what if I rule you out and then later I learn something else? No.
So my follow-up, you mentioned that you don't know where the reporting of a forced entry came from. Do we know how whoever did this got into her house?
That I would not discuss with you anyway.
Fox News, Paul Morrow.
Question for Agent Edwards, if I may. Agent Edwards, will the Bureau be submitting the DNA for investigative genealogical investigation relative to maybe getting a relative, somebody if you will?
I would say the DNA aspect of this case is being handled by the Pima County Sheriff's Department right now. However, should we get to that point, yes, that would be an option for the FBI to assist.
And a quick follow-up, does the ransom note that you're working establish any communication protocols in it?
No, it does not. And that is what I think is important, that if someone has Nancy and is demanding the ransom, that there is communication with the family. We talked about has been no proof of life, and there was no other demands within that letter. So they're still waiting for communication.
ABC affiliate, Ashley Bolden. Right here, Ashley Bolden.
When you say the doorbell camera was disconnected, do you believe that that camera was taken?
We do not have it in our possession. We've not located it.
And then a follow-up. I know that we've been hearing a lot about ransom notes. We were also hearing in that video that was put out by the Guthrie siblings, and I don't know if this is a question for the FBI or yourself, but the challenges of seeing an image and knowing that it's real. Could one of you address that? Has the family received correspondence, any images, videos?
That's a great question.
We're not going to go into facts regarding this part of the investigation. I think part of that message was with AI these days, you can make videos that appear to be very real. So we can't just take a video and trust that that is a proof of life these days because of the advancements in AI and trying to actually get a proof of life that we can verify. But we're not going to go into anything the family may or may not have received.
KOLD, Catherine Patterson.
So, in regards to a timeline on that ransom note, is that being an impact in your investigation, or are we nearing that timeline?
I'm sorry, one more time.
So, in regards to the timeline in the ransom note, are we nearing that timeline, and is that playing a part in the investigation?
We're not going to go again into specifics of that part of the investigation with the ransom note, other than what we've put out there. We've been transparent. We're talking about we are working that ransom demand, but we don't want to go anything further than that could impact any opportunities. So thank you.
Is there any additional physical evidence at the crime scene other than the technology that you guys are using for this timeline? Is there anything else that's helping you guys other than really the technology?
Well, I think I said on day one is that it's technology that's going to really help us solve this case. But no, I mean, you know, we did do a process of that scene for biological evidence, so we're still hopeful that maybe something will show up there as well.
Arizona Republic, Richard Rella.
Agent Yankee, yes. We saw on the scene, I believe it was you, taking a tripod to the home of the sister.
Is that a Pharaoh scan?
Was the FBI, if at all, in creating the video? Any advice for the family on what to say to the video?
I would say we use our expertise and provide consultation and advice anytime a family would ask for our advice in a kidnapping. It's ultimately the family's decision of what they put out and any messages they put out. But we were, obviously, you're all documenting every move we make. We were there last night in talking with the family. But every decision is theirs.
Right, that was a tripod and a ring light. And Sheriff Donovan, you said the blood was found on the porch.
A tripod and a ring light.
Just wanted to verify that.
I say porch, front stoop. It's all in that same general area by the front door.
Front of the house.
Front door, yes.
What, given her medical condition and the fact that it was her blood, as you say, what would her medical condition do with her recovery if she indeed bled out or was bleeding when she left the house?
Well, again, I've got to be careful for HIPAA, but I would say this. We know she is in need of medication, daily medication. And we also know that this is day 4 or 5 and still we don't know that she's getting her medication. That could in itself prove fatal.
And for the
No, that'll be
for
that
the
question.
sister,
For
her name?
Pega News, we have Craig Smith or Athena.
I'll get that for you. I'll do that.
Craig?
Kagan, Athena,
Oh,
Craig Left.
okay.
Have you been in communication with anyone who you believe could be the kidnapper?
No.
You know, it goes back to what we talked about. Nobody's eliminated, but we just really don't have enough to say, this is our suspect, this is our guy, we know, or our gal. We just don't know that. And it's really kind of reckless to report that someone is a suspect when they could very well be a victim. It just, I bring to you, to the media, I plead with you to be careful of what it is we put out there, because we don't have anybody here listed as a suspect, and you could actually be doing some damage to the case, but you could do some damage to that individual too. Social media is kind of an ugly world sometimes.
And how far out have
True
you
dat.
expanded your search?
You know, I would tell you this, look, nothing's off the table. If we get a lead that there's somebody, hey, you've got this over here or over here, we're going. And that will expand and expand and expand. I think the FBI, with their billboards, they're now planning to put those up at every state around here, at all of our neighboring states. So, we use you, the national media, the FBI with their national outreach, to affect that for us. But as far as the actual investigation, naturally the scene is the primary, and we just keep spreading it out as we get more and more leads.
Court TV, Cody Thomas.
Hi there, Sheriff. Actually, my question is for Agent Yonke. You know, we saw Savannah Guthrie and her sibling family put out that video last night on Instagram addressing, you know, the tragedy that is his, but also addressing the ransom letter saying they're ready to talk. My question is, did the FBI or any other agency help them craft that message to put out on social media?
Like I said to the previous question, we have an expertise when it comes to kidnappings. And when families want advice, consultation, expertise, we will provide that. But the ultimate decisions on what they say and how they put that out rests with the family itself.
And as far as suspects, I know we haven't identified one, but what type of suspect or suspects do we think we're dealing with here?
At this time, like the sheriff has said, there is no primary suspect identified, so it could run the gamut. So.
KPNX, Troy Hayden.
Are you actively investigating the son-in-law in this case? Well, there were reports earlier this week, and you refuted that. You said you haven't eliminated everybody. Have you eliminated him or come close to it, or are you actively looking at him?
We're actively looking at everybody we come across in this case. Everybody. We would be irresponsible if we didn't talk to everybody. The Uber driver, the gardener, the pool person, whoever, everybody. It's so cliche, but everybody's still a suspect in our eyes. That's just how we look at things and think as cops. Does that mean we have a prime suspect? No, and the family has been very cooperative. They've done everything we've asked of them, and we want that relationship to continue. And sometimes people can be mean out there, and that can really harm us and harm our efforts.
Did you find blood anywhere else in the home besides the porch?
The only DNA evidence we've got back is on the porch.
There's blood in the
we
house,
prioritize things and we rush things, and those items we put out to a lab to rush it.
said,
And
yeah.
even then, it's 2 or 3, 4 days. The other items could take 10 days, 20 days, but we saw the importance of that blood. It came back to Nancy.
So it was
and
only there, it wasn't anywhere else in the house?
I don't know that. We processed the house for biological evidence, and we've not gotten anything back.
Newsmax, Sarah Williamson.
Hi there. My question is just piggybacking off our colleagues here about how far this search has gone. When it comes to doorbell cameras, you say technology plays a critical role in this. Have you been actively door knocking the neighbours and businesses and collecting those doorbell cameras? And is there anything that has come up there, and how far is that?
I can't tell you whether things have come up or not, but we have door-to-door. I think we're still doing door-to-door, not just in that neighborhood, but other neighborhoods. Just as leads come in and take us somewhere, we're going to do those things.
Okay, and just to follow up as well in regards to the video that was released by Nancy Guthrie's children last night, just to clarify, that was not coordinated with any law enforcement beforehand, and that you hadn't seen that video before it was released?
The FBI is handling all things with the ransom.
I think the answer was yes, we were there.
I told you
the
that.
media was there. We can help coordinate, provide that consultation, but that is the family's decision of what they film and what they put out.
Fox 10, Justin Liu.
Agent Yankee, this one's for you. Following up on that video that was released yesterday, it said, ultimately any further action is decided on by the family. Since then, have they expressed any more interest in more efforts to try and get in contact with who is behind the ransom letter? And do you have a crisis or any sort of hostage negotiator with your team for that type of situation if it moves forward?
So the two parts of that question I think it's pretty clear. The family wants to be contacted. They know time is of the essence. And if those that may have Nancy are watching this, the family is ready to talk, get proof of life, because there has been no contact after that ransom note went to the media. For your second question, yes, we have crisis negotiators. That is part of our team here locally, along with the personnel we brought in from Quantico, and they will be part of it. But we're not going to go beyond that of any specifics.
Sheriff Nanos, taking down the crime scene perimeter after Monday's investigation and really opening access to that property to everyone else, was that something you would do differently looking back, knowing that federal authorities also conducted a search yesterday? Would you have kept that perimeter up, knowing that?
Monday morning quarterback, I probably would have, but I'll say this. We processed the scene. We got what we thought was complete. My team did that. I have to have all the faith and trust in their abilities and their skills, and I think they went through that pretty well. But because another agency now steps in and wants to assist, we're just like with you, we're an open book. Absolutely. How can we help? One of the things people don't see, I heard your question about, and we left and then others could walk up. When we process a scene and we're done, we return that scene to in this case, the homeowners, the family. And we don't just go march back in there. We call the family again and get permissions to go back to the home. So, yeah, there's, again, Monday morning quarterback, absolutely. I probably could have held off on that. We knew that the FBI, we've worked with them before in a lot of cases, and we felt like they could be of help in this with particularly the forensic analysis we use in a number of things. But at the start of this thing, we weren't sure what we had, and as the day progressed, we realized that there could be more to this, and we started in that. Remember, it was a search and rescue mission the first few hours, and we transitioned that over to a criminal investigation. With that, brought in our partners from the FBI and others.
Have you heard from President Trump?
I was actually going to ask about that. We saw the message yesterday.
Are you next?
Claudia, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Following up on that, we saw the message from the president yesterday. Have you personally received any communication from him or?
No, and I wouldn't expect that. He too is a busy man, right? And I would say this: we thank him for him opening up his entire law enforcement team was put out yesterday, and we know, I know my local reporters here know we've always worked well with all of our partners in law enforcement. Maybe it's something unique to Southern Arizona and the rest of the country doesn't see that, but this isn't new for us. We've done this. Gabby Giffords, I headed up that investigation many years ago, and we worked side by side. Could not have got things done if we weren't with the FBI on that.
And just the other question, this being a border state, have you guys had any communication with Mexican authorities?
I have not. I work closely with the Mexican consulate, as other consulates, being the sheriff, but no, I've not heard from them.
Arizona Univision Madrid.
Hi, Sheriff. My question is, do you know, it's a two-part question, do you know what medication Nancy uses? And have you checked the local pharmacies and pharmacies around the state where they bought her say this medication to keep her alive, to keep her healthy, while still working for her? So
we do know what medications, and we have contacted pharmacies. Probably need to go back to just make sure that they didn't. Maybe we contacted them early on. I know that night, Sunday night, Saturday night, Sunday morning. I know we were doing all the hospital checks, and that check was continuous every hour, going back out. And physically in person, deputies were going to each local area hospital
and asking them to check their logs.
My second question here is, I know you're looking for her in Pima County. Are you looking for her across the state now? And if so, if there's a particular area that you're focusing on right now?
Well, we're looking for her everywhere, right? The FBI just made an arrest on a tip that we got that we thought there could be something here. There's it's statewide. The billboards are going to be out there across the country. We take leads from everywhere, and where those leads take us, we'll get there.
MS Now, Alex Talbot.
Agent Yankee, do you have any reason to believe that Nancy Guthrie may be being held outside of the country? Is that something that you've ruled out at this point?
We don't have any of that information. We haven't ruled anything out. Like the sheriff said, we will follow the facts wherever they take us, whether it is outside of the state of Arizona or over the border. We will follow the facts and go there, but we have no indication anything over the Mexican border.
And you mentioned on the ransom note there were details about the Apple Watch and the floodlight.
Yep.
The ransom notes that were sent out to TMZ, KGUN, and KOLD, are they all the same ransom note? Do they contain the same details in each of those individual ransom notes?
The ones that I am tracking and aware of were the same. That went to TMZ also.
News Nation, Brian Enton.
Agent
Here's
Young,
Brian.
sorry.
Yes.
When did the first ransom note arrive? And the reason I ask is because the Apple Watch has been in the news and on social media, and you can see like floodlights on video. So was it before those things were out in the world?
I don't have the specific time frame as I sit here today of what time it came in, but that you are right. Anyone could see a floodlight hanging down, could have seen some of those things. The watch has been talked about, so that timing is tricky, but that's why we're taking it serious no matter what and following the leads on that. But I don't have the time frame that the first note came in as I sit here today. Thank you.
And my follow-up is for the sheriff. In the house, were there any signs that someone tried to clean up or maybe destroy evidence?
I can't talk about the crime scene, so I'll give you another shot, another question.
My other question is, I heard the agents say that it was a joint investigation now. At the other press conference, the FBI said they were assisting. Is it joint now? I mean, are both agencies in charge now?
Look, there's no ego here. We in this part of the country, we'll take anybody's help. It's not about who's in charge. From day one, when we contacted the FBI, they were that gracious to say, whatever you need. And so that's really it. And they're great partners, just as my other local law enforcement brethren. I didn't even have to ask. That's what's really amazing. I haven't had to call anybody. They've called me. Sheriff, what do you need?
Arizona's family, Brianna Whitney.
Sheriff, I know you had the crime scene process. You said you were back out there. Your partners wanted to see it. But you guys were actively taking out evidence yesterday. Was there something you missed the first time, or did you get a new piece of information that led you to believe you needed to go back out and take more than you had that first day?
You know, I know that we get information that will come, and this is just any crime scene that we look at. We may go out to a crime scene and think we've got it all, go analyze the evidence, and something comes back and says, hey, did you check this? We're not going to just say, oops, and not go. Absolutely. In this instance, it really was the FBI just wanted to go, hey, can we take a look at it?
Are you worried about that being contaminated at all because there was people in that?
You know, I'll let the courts worry about that. We will certainly be open to the courts of anything that's been removed from that house, and we follow the rules of laws. We get court orders and go back and reapply for another warrant if need be. All of those things we're very careful of.
Arizona Public Media, Lynn Boyd.
Ellen Boyd over here. In that news release yesterday, there was a report of a trespasser. Has the Guthrie family dealt with any incidents, threats, whether that's trespassing, social media threats, anything of that nature?
I am not aware of any of that. I know that we, as with any case, again, we would look at all of the background of calls to those families or their residents and see if there's anything there, or even in that neighborhood. Those things have been looked at. I don't know of anything that was reported in even the last 30 days or 60 days. Nobody's come to me and said,
hey, next door you had a burglary.
Follow up for the neighborhood where Nancy's home is. Can you give any more details on that trespassing incident?
I don't have them.
Telemundo, Jesus Gonzalez.
It's for the FBI. I just have a question. Can we confirm if the FBI director is coming for investigation?
Yes, Director Patel is being briefed several times a day on this investigation back in D.C. He does have a trip scheduled to Tucson that was pre-scheduled before this, but he is receiving consistent and constant updates from our team here.
He's coming today?
He is not coming today.
And before you go to the next one, I know you may have had a follow-up question, but I think I overstepped you. So if you wanted to ask, I'll give you that opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you. At what point do you deem the ransom note not credible if there is no communication that follows up since you received it? Like, what's that timeline where you say, no proof of life, there's no more, this isn't credible?
I think we start to look at what the deadlines were in the note. First, I think was 5 o'clock today, and then it had a second deadline after that. So we are continuing in a normal kidnapping case. There would be contact by now, trying to discuss that. But those are the time frames we are looking at as we move forward.
Are you able to say that second deadline that was given?
I don't have that with me right now. So thank you.
Sorry about that.
He knows. He's not saying it.
Entertainment Tonight, Denny Directo.
Yes, my question actually is for Agent Yonke. There was a report that said the ransom came from an email that the FBI was actually looking into that IP address. Any update on that?
Nothing that I can release. Thank you.
And then also, there's also conflicting reports about who was the last person to actually see Nancy and drive her home. We know she took an Uber to Annie's house, but can you confirm whether it was Annie or her son-in-law Tommaso who took her home that night?
I think the timeline that the sheriff provided was a family member, but
just family. We're going to go with family.
Record TV, Vandry Piera.
We are foreign nationals, so we're not familiar with the area, so we think that it's a remote area. So my question is, why is it so hard to track a car or something suspicious that have passed through the area at that time? How difficult it is? Because
that's why it's so hard to track the car in a remote area.
Yeah, you're talking about the challenges we face in some of being in a rural area like this. Those are challenges we face all the time. We'd love it to have all the cameras in what we would consider a more urban nature type area. But once you get out into the community, that's not the only part of Tucson that is that way. And we just find ways to overcome those challenges. We don't just disregard it. We still look at ways to find for example, Ring cameras that might catch just a piece of something. Goes by, it doesn't catch the whole car. Those kinds of things. We don't give up. We still go out.
But not at least a car that came out at midnight.
I can't.
Away. I mean, like miles from the house.
We have cameras all over, and those things are being reviewed.
Arizona Republic, Richard Ramos.
I'm a different person, but pretend.
Did you get two?
It's the second one.
Was that you?
Oh, sorry.
No.
All right. Thank you guys for keeping us honest. No, you already asked your question, so we're going to go to the New York Times. And I apologize for getting your name wrong here, Reese. Tebow?
No, you're close.
Tebow.
Hi.
The 212, the camera that detected movement at 212, was that a different camera than the one that was disconnected at 147, and where was it pointed?
We don't know that. We don't know which camera that was. When we did the software, it just told us that a person was detected, but I'm unaware of which camera that was.
So there were multiple cameras, and you're not sure?
Sure. There were multiple cameras at the home.
Okay. And is there a possibility that this is not a ransom situation, and if so, what else could it be?
Your guess is as good as mine. I would say absolutely there's a possibility that this is nothing to do with the kidnapping. But we cover all angles. We're not going to dismiss something until we actually know for a fact that it's one way or the other.
People Magazine, we have Danielle Bucker.
So I wanted a little more clarity to follow up on his. Is there anything more you can say? Was this actually targeted or not? Do you have any?
That's why we have the FBI to look at those areas where there may have been a target. Maybe it is a kidnapping. But no, we don't have anything to rule that out or to say it is.
And as far as the ransom notes, there was a part in there about Bitcoin. Are you looking into that now, investigating?
Yes, that's part of the investigation.
Can you go and elaborate any further if you found anything or if there's any ties or any suspects tied to that Bitcoin?
There is not at this time.
Associated Press, Joe, go in there.
Hi, Sheriff. Just a follow-up to
You're Joe?
I'm sorry?
You're Joe? Oh, I thought you said Joe. Okay.
You're a Joe?
Question. You had said early in the investigation that authorities don't believe Nancy Guthrie was targeted. Why don't authorities think that Nancy Guthrie was targeted?
Who said that? Who said they didn't
You
think
said
she?
that early in the investigation.
Boy, if I said I absolutely misspoke. I've never thought she was or wasn't targeted. We've always believed that is certainly a possibility. I mean, you'd be silly not to think that. Somebody disappears in the middle of the night out of their home. You can understand where I'm coming from. But no, if I said that, obviously I misspoke or maybe somebody misheard me. But I've never believed that she was or was not a target.
It'd be silly not to think she was. I've never believed she was.
Motive's always going to be a question, and we'll know more as we go what that motive is. But right now, my guesswork is as good as yours.
And then we also have the final one will be from KBOA here in Tucson, Monica Garcia.
Okay, so let's talk about that 5 p.m. You say 5 p.m. deadline today. Is that the deadline? Oh, maybe that's for the FBI.
Yes.
Can you just give us some sound on that? Because that's a big deal. That's within hours about that 5 p.m. deadline per the ransom note.
Wow, he's got the note.
And then what's supposed to happen after that?
They have a copy of the note.
So the ransom note that was distributed to the media did make a demand for 5 p.m. today, and if a transfer wasn't made, then I think a second demand was for next Monday. We're not going to go beyond that, but that was the ransom note the media received.
Did it indicate what would happen if they didn't need that ransom?
We're not going to go into those specifics. Thank you.
5 p.m. Eastern, I'm sorry, I know it's not Arizona. It's 5 p.m.
I don't.
It's 5 p.m.
And then, sorry about that, Inside Edition, Jim Murray.
Special Agent Milky, given the fact that the FBI participated in the creation of this family video, does that suggest your belief that the author or authors of that ransom note, in fact, have Nancy Guthrie?
Again, we're taking the ransom note serious, and we are following that part of the investigation.
And does the fact that there is a ransom note suggest to you that Nancy Guthrie was taken specifically because she's Savannah's mom?
There's nothing to indicate that.
Thank you guys so much for all of your questions.
Thank
The
you.
sheriff does have just one more note about what happens next year, or what doesn't happen next year.
Well, it's what happens for us is we're going to continue working. For you though, I hope this worked out well for you. But right now, I have no plans to schedule any further press conferences unless we have some real evidence or something to bring up to you. It's pretty pointless to just keep hounding the same things over and over. And as Special Agent in Charge Yankee said, please give us some space, and that's not just physical space. Give us some space, give my team some time, because these things do take time, and they are difficult. And everybody out there is really working hard. And mistakes are going to be made, and if I made them, mea culpa. It won't be the first mistake I've ever made. But more important than me is we want Nancy back. That's the key. Okay? So thank you very much, and thank you for your concern in this.
Thank you.
No.
If you're looking for the other person that was up here, it was John Edwards.
Okay, no more answers there. Interesting press conference. as we get a little more information, the bits that I gleaned from that were new information were confirmation that the blood on the front step belonged to Nancy Guthrie. It seems I think the sheriff misspoke and then tried to backtrack a little bit when he was saying that yes, there's blood in the house. There's other things in the blood, but there's been no test back on that yet. Interesting that they gave the list of the demands with the two timelines that they shared. Those one of the timelines is today, 5 o'clock. We're looking at 2:11 East Coast. I imagine the demand is probably in local time because that's where the people are. So we've got like 5 hours before that first demand, and with a set of demands like that, you can imagine that there is if not by 5 o'clock, then we will do this, and if not by Monday, then we will do this. If that's the first communication the family gets, is the evidence that they carried out step 1 of the threat, I imagine the family would then pay. I imagine they didn't pay. It was not time zone specific, but it's tricky. They have had 3 ransom notes that they've received. 2 of them, I believe, were not deemed credible. On one of them, they've made an arrest by the fraudulent ransom note maker. They've arrested the guy. The other one that went to TMZ and a couple local television stations, they are deeming as credible because it has information in it that's pertinent to the crime scene. And loved Brian Enton. I think it was Brian Enton's question where he was asking, okay, well, that note that you're deeming credible mentions an Apple Watch, mentions the floodlight, which might have been like broken or tampered with somehow. What's the timing of that? Was the timing of the ransom note after that information was made public? Or was that the timing of the ransom note before that information was made public, and thus deem it more credibly? But FBI being involved, I think they think it's credible. Let's see. You can't pay without proof in a high-profile case like this. Everyone would be looking for a payday. Yeah, there's almost like an expected procedure or a set of instructions that people are following. Doing this, and the FBI saying normally in a kidnapping case we would have received communications by this time. If the family says, hey, we want to talk, there would normally be some sort of response. I think they're literally fishing for that. They're trying to get more information. They're trying to get additional communications because every communication could potentially be more evidence that will help them locate the people who are behind it. I'm positive that the original ransom note has everything they need to pay the ransom. So the family has all the information they need, both the amount and the Bitcoin address that it needs to go to, the wallet address. But them asking for proof of life might just be literally fishing, trying to get a response before they reach a deadline that they don't want the outcome of. So. All right. Let's see. Think of how skilled Recovery Addict mods are, thanks to me and Greeners. Ivan, thank you for all the work you've put them through. Kidnapping etiquette. Yeah, 101. Apparently there's a class out there. Somebody gets trained. It's like a 1 week in Vegas class or something. But how are you positive? Because they have 2 deadlines. They say, do this before this deadline, and then they have a secondary deadline. It's I would say it's blatantly apparent that they have given everything they need. But a Bitcoin transfer is very simple. I mean, it's not rocket science. Ivan will tell you that a trained monkey might be able to learn how to transfer Bitcoin. What you do with it then and how you move it around and track it and everything else, that gets a little more complicated. But just transferring money to a Bitcoin address is about as hard as sending an email. It's not that difficult. You get the email address right, and the email goes to the right place. But I'm sure that was included in there. Let's see. I'd love that Bitcoin address, and I could see when it was created, when the wallet was created, right? If it's been used before, the balance where it was used, any accounts that connected into it, anything connected out of it, all of that would be in the blockchain. I've insisted, all right, just call me a monkey. No, I'm just saying, I think you would agree that a trained monkey could be taught how to transfer Bitcoin. It just needs to get the address right, and that's it. Copy paste. Let's see. The two deadlines are probably the money going up. There's a thought. If by this time, then we'll give you a discount. I would imagine it's probably something more sinister. Because they took her, right? Because she's bleeding, because they harmed her already. They're not above harming her again. I imagine they took her because they need her for the ransom. They need her to give it validity. And if they're, it's terrible to think, but if they say, we'll send you a finger, it's horrible to even say it. But if you don't get something by 5, here's what you're going to get. And then if you don't get something by Monday, here's what you're going to get. It's pretty bad, and that's honestly, I think that's why the family will most likely pay the ransom. All right. If this was a real ransom, they would have already shown proof of life. I don't know. I think they're holding all the cards. You can see that the FBI desperately wants more communication because the way it was done is not enough. They can't find her yet, based on what they already have. Maybe with enough time, it will develop. But I don't think the I don't think they will. I forgot where I was going with this. I don't think they are working on the FBI's timeline. I don't think they're the ones that are setting the schedule. I think the kidnappers or the hostage takers takers are the ones that are controlling how things go. All right. If I have a question, if they already stated in the note what they wanted when then wonder why the family said we're ready to talk to show us proof of life. Probably because the ransom note had 2 things in there that may have been enough for the police to say, yep, this is valid. They have inside information. It mentions where the watch was left in the house, or where you would find her watch, or it mentions, we broke this light outside. If it has that additional bit of knowledge that no one else would know yet, that gives it the credibility. So they're trying to fish for it, saying, hey, the family says, hey, we're trying. I think it's stalling, honestly. I think they're stalling to say, reach out to us. We need to make sure that you're the right person, right? We don't want to just send this off to somebody else, because we do want Nancy back. And so they're asking for more information. I don't think they're going to get it. I think they'll have to make a decision right around the deadline time. All right. Watching a floodlight, right? All right. Those are my thoughts on this one. Obviously, there's a lot of speculation everywhere. They've tried to tamp that down as to individuals who might be involved, specifically family members or specific individuals have either not been ruled out or have been ruled out so far. They're not confirming any of that. But the sheriff's saying they're not planning on doing any more press conferences. Might also be in a little way saying, hey, we're waiting for them to make their next move. They have to tell us what's going to happen next. So it might be another way to put pressure on those that do have her and say, your move, let us know. We can't assume kidnappers are smart. Let's not apply too much logic to them. I would say they're cowards. I can give you that. They sound like they're cowards. They kidnap an 84-year-old woman in her home. She weighs 150 pounds on a pacemaker. I mean, look at the target. Clearly they're cowards. I'd say that. Yeah. Anyway, I don't think NBC is responsible to have insurance. I don't think it would be on family members like that. You don't mess with grandma. Who messes with grandma? Absolutely disgusting. Right. Isn't Bitcoin more trouble than cash? Barb, Bitcoin is it's a digital asset. You can convert it to cash. You can move it a lot easier globally than you can cash. But it also has a blockchain. It has a history of transactions. And so spending it is going to be harder. Kidnappers and arsonists are the biggest cowards in crime. Let's see. So much is traceable now. All right, let's do this. Let's go to lunch, and when we come back, we're going to finish the Judge Boyd case. Is that all right? We've got all our updates I think we're going to get today. Ivan has been mentioned in mod chat. He'll never know. He'll never know. All right.
When are we going to break?
We're going to break for lunch right now. I'm like shaking. I'm so hungry. Didn't eat breakfast, so I didn't get any sleep either. So starting to wear on me. Thanks for covering the pressure. Gigi, I'm glad we could. I think it's important information, getting the word out as the police are asking for the public's help. Anyone who has anything that may help, they're asking, let us know. We'll look into everything. So. All right, definitely something lighter. We're going to go back to the armed robbery. Armed robbery in San Antonio, Texas. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again. Let's see, it's 2:20 right now. Let's there we go. We're gonna say Judge Boyd trial part 2. We're gonna come back maybe 3:15, I think.
Front of the Walmart.
Reactions. Yeah, 3:15. That'll give us 45 minutes for lunch. Did you guys see we got in a couple commands working that either we haven't used in a long time or we've never told you about? Gritter's used one of them. Blind. Blind is one. Talk is another. And I think say, S-A-Y, might be a working command. So, might want to give those a try here. All right, guys, we've got a portal set up. We'll see you guys on the flip side. Have a good one.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.